Okay. So, 필리핀 국립대 학교에 우리 특별한 선생님들이 오셔서 진심으로 해서 감사드립니다. And we would like to thank you, everyone, for coming to the University of the Philippines. And we would like to give you a warm welcome and to start our program that as all stand for the national anthems of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea. Seated. And to give us an opening address, to give a brief background about our today event, let's all welcome Dr. Jang, the UP Korea Research Center.
안녕하세요. magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Before we hear from today's guest and keynote and also esteemed colleagues, I will just give you a very brief background of the Philippine Korean Studies Symposium first. So it was 2012 when we first designed the first Philippine Korean Studies Symposium, where we simply diagnosed and discussed the status of Korean studies in the Philippines. During that time, we listened to Philippine-based scholars, including professors from Asian Center, UP Diliman, and also from various disciplines and backgrounds, including the Korean professors who work on Korean language and culture courses. Fast forward in 2026 today, we are organizing the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium with invited speakers from Korea and Thailand and presenters from the Philippines, Japan, Korea, Russia, and Kazakhstan and Vietnam. Some of them are joining us virtually because of the current global crisis. They couldn't make it the physical travel. Aiming to be the Korean Studies hub in the Philippines and also moving forward to go beyond geographical boundaries and go further in the Southeast Asian region and in the global area. Ultimately, we are really happy to serve as an avenue for the local and global Koreanists. And we hope all of you will also get to network today each other and share knowledge and build a community of Korean studies with other scholars as well. And also we thank the Korea Foundation for supporting this endeavor. And we really look forward to continuous support from the Korea Foundation so that UPKRC can also keep growing. We also sincerely appreciate the presence today, Ambassador Sang Lee of the Korean Embassy in the Philippines, and Vice President Joel Marciano Jr., Office of the Vice President for Research and Innovation, and Dean Noel Moratilla, Dean of Asian Center, UP Diliman, and also our Korean diplomats and esteemed colleagues and students. And we also share that we have a small exhibits outside this auditorium. So while we have some breaks, please enjoy exhibits and also engage with UP Arirang students outside. And currently, this is also through UPKRC's YouTube channel for live streaming. So those who cannot really make it today will also watch us and they will also share some insights and questions. So I welcome all of you and let us have some interesting and fruitful 2 days together. 감사합니다. salamat po.
Sa Kalinga, Bekang Rizal. Indeed, we have gone a long way, but with the Korean studies in the Philippines, yet we can do more about studying Philippines and Korea relations. So to give us a welcome address, let's all welcome the Dean of the Asian Center, Dr. Noel Moratilla. Let's all give him a round of applause.
Very much, Professor Igno. His Excellency Sang Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines. Vice President Joel Marciano Jr., the Office of Vice President for Research and Innovation, and Dr. Hyun-Min Bae, UP Korea Research Center Director, esteemed guests, dear colleagues and students. Good morning. 안녕하세요. I would like to begin by expressing that I'm immensely pleased with the opportunity for the Asian Center to be involved in the holding of this important program. That today's occasion serves as the 11th iteration of the symposium simply underscores the keen interest in Korean studies among Filipino and international scholars. Let it be noted that in the Asian Center, my own college, the Korean Studies track is among the most popular given the number of takers and enrollees every semester. Our seminars on various aspects of Korean culture, society, history, and politics, among others, whether done virtually or on-site, are among the most well-attended because they serve as veritable platforms for the exchange of insights, arguments, and narratives. Quite often, we are fortunate to host notable figures that shed light on actual and prospective areas of collaboration between the Philippines and Korea. And allow me to cite at least two very recent examples. Just 2 weeks ago, the Asian Center, together with the Korea Research Center, organized the lecture of Korea's former Foreign Affairs Minister, Dr. Jin Park, who spoke of the role of science in further strengthening the diplomatic ties between the Philippines and Korea. As I've expressed elsewhere, Dr. Park's talk underscored how the Philippines stands to benefit from leveraging its diplomatic relations with a technological powerhouse that is South Korea. I also wish to cite a lecture that I personally organized just a week or so before Dr. Park's lecture. And I'm referring to the lecture of Dr. Alex Lee, a notable scholar from Kyunghee University. I reference it because Dr. Lee's provocative insights into reclaiming, indeed redefining Asia resonate with my own research interests. What's also worth stressing is how the process of redefining Asia, a term that in its contemporary sense, according to Dr. Lee, is a recent invention, may also be used to strategically advance the interconnections between Asian societies and cultures. I believe that this symposium exemplifies such efforts towards greater dialogue and understanding. It puts emphasis on how, as articulated in the theme, an inter-Asia perspective is crucial in enriching the discourse of Korean studies. A survey of the research papers we presented today and tomorrow point to a range of interconnected themes: literature, diaspora, urban spaces, architecture, popular culture, feminism, gender, public diplomacy. In most of these papers, one would be able to see a pronounced attempt at viewing Korean studies as an interdisciplinary area through the critical lenses of fellow Asians, suggesting how Korean studies, or any body of knowledge for that matter, should necessarily expand through the plurality of paradigms and perspectives. In a world that has of late seen some of the most challenging crises in history, conversations that acknowledge the diversity of beliefs and opinions become more important than ever. In Human Acts, a novel by the Nobel Prize winner HanPil about the Gwangju uprising, the character Jong Mi asks the boy Dong Ho, and I quote, "Why are we walking in the dark? Let's go where the flowers bloom." I feel that engagements like this symposium prompt us to walk away from the dark, that is, from ignorance and prejudice and misunderstanding, and toward where the flowers of wisdom and empathy and hope that connects us all. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Nora Moratilla. And to give us a special message, let's give a hand to Dr. Joel Marshall Jr., our Vice President of the UP Office of the Vice President for Research and Innovation. Yung paksudan nila.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Magandang umaga, annyeonghaseyo. Your Excellency Ambassador Sang Lee, the Republic of Korea, the Philippines. Your presence here this morning, Your Excellency, this occasion reflects the warmth of friendship of our two nations that we continue to enhance and build. Thank you. Dr. Noel Martilla, Dean of the Education Center, Dr. Mia Bay of the UP Korea Research Center, ever so busy and active. Our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Changwon from Pusan National University and Professor Kamong Saba of Chulalongkorn University, colleagues from UP, esteemed guests, students, magandang umaga po once again. So welcome to the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium and welcome to the University of the Philippines for those of you coming from outside the campus and from outside the country. This year, it marks two meaningful milestones. The 11th year of this symposium, that means more than a decade of sustained growing conversation on Korean studies in the Philippines. And we also mark the 10th year of the UP Korea Research Center, established in April 2016. What began as a vision to widen Filipino scholars' engagement with Korean studies has grown into a very vibrant and vital endeavor. To the UPKRC team, this anniversary describes a reflection of your dedication and persistence. And going through challenges at the same time, continuing to persevere to create opportunities for UP students here to build ties with Korea. It's very much appreciated. And on behalf of President Gigi Jimenez and Office of the Vice President for Research and Innovation, we're very proud of these accomplishments of yours, and we continue support Korea well into the future. The Philippine Korean Studies Symposium has always been an important avenue for scholars to share their research, test ideas, drafts, and also to be part of a community. It has been a venue where even emerging scholars and postgraduate students take perhaps formative steps in their academic life. Many of the presenters in this program are graduate students, as I understand, and early career researchers. So to them, the questions that you ask are very important, so keep asking them. And the work that you are doing contributes to a larger body of knowledge that we are creating, that this region needs. This year's symposium also reflects exciting expansion. The presenters come not only from the Philippines, but come from outside. They come from Korea, Thailand, Russia, Kazakhstan, and beyond. So this widening circle is exactly what the theme of the symposium calls for, which is envisioning Korean studies to an inter-Asian perspective. UPKRC is well positioned to be a crucial hub for Korean studies, not just in the Philippines, but also in the region. Gatherings like this one we're having this morning, are one in the next 2 days, are perhaps how this network can continue to grow. And the UP Office of the Vice President for Research and Innovation is pleased to work with all of you to continue to promote and support this work and strengthen it even further. Fostering rigorous, collaborative, and internationally connected scholarship is at the heart of the mandate of the university and this office. And this symposium embodies that fully. So, by the way, before coming here, I was also looking back at some cooperation with Korea from my former agency, which was the space agency. For those of you who don't know yet, the Philippines has one. We do have a space agency. And I was telling Excellency about how the Philippine Space Agency used the Korean satellites and the Pandora instruments, which was donated by FOIA, to measure the nitrogen dioxide levels coming from the Bolaslan fire, which then was turned into, I will forward some these articles, Excellency. So this is another form of perhaps some dimension of Philippine-Korea partnership and collaboration. We can also begin to pursue through the KRC is highlighting these endeavors on that end, on the scientific end that translates to societal, that we try to translate to societal value. And so finally, to all our guests, thank you for making this journey today and tomorrow. To our scholars here, thank you for your continuing commitment. And to the UP Korea Research Center, congratulations on the 10 years, and may there be 10 more years more. Here's to many more years of bringing Korea and Philippines closer together. Maraming salamat po ang sa amin.
Thank you so much as well, Dr. Parshan. Thank you for always supporting UPKRC in this endeavor. And to give us a congratulatory message, let's all welcome His Excellency Ambassador Lee Sangwa from the Embassy of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines.
Joel Marciano, UP Vice President for Research and Innovation, Dr. Noel Rodilla, Innovation Center, Dr. Hongmin Bae, Director of Korea Research Center, esteemed scholars, esteemed UP students, good morning. This year's theme, Envisioning Korean Studies in the Philippines through Inter-Asian Perspective, is both timely and forward-looking. Its relevance is particularly striking as the Philippines assumes the ASEAN chairship this year. In an era where regional cooperation and shared perspectives are vital, the theme underscores the importance of viewing Korean studies within a broader inter-Asian context rather than in isolation. The participation of scholars from Korea, Thailand, Russia, and Kazakhstan, and beyond, alongside Filipino researchers, reveals this expanding intellectual horizon. In reflecting on Korea's cultural identity, I must mention Arirang, the most iconic Korean folk song. For generations, Arirang has expressed emotions of separation, resilience, and hope. It is a song that transcends geography, carried by Korean diaspora and embraced by global audiences. It represents a shared narrative that evolves through various cultural reinterpretations. It is fascinating to observe how traditional elements find new life in contemporary culture. Global artists such as BTS frequently draw inspiration from heritage to reinterpret Korean identity for modern audiences. For instance, the group made the deliberate choice to title their 2026 comeback album Arirang, signaling a deep commitment to their cultural roots. By incorporating this historic chant into their work and performing it at international venues, they demonstrate how deeply rooted cultural symbol can be reimagined for new generations. This duality of tradition and innovation is precisely what makes Korean studies so dynamic today, I think. So in this context, I think this symposium serves as your own arena. It provides a space where diverse voices converge, ideas travel across borders, and dialogue builds mutual understanding. Every research paper and discussion adds a new voice to a collective story of Korean studies. I'm also pleased to note that over the past year, the UP Korea Research Center has actively engaged Filipino youth and international partners. These efforts ensure that Korean studies remains inclusive and responsive to the evolving academic landscape. My special thanks go to Dr. Kyungmin Bae for her dedicated efforts. In closing, I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers and participants of the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium. I wish you a very productive meeting. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thank you for that very warm message. And 따뜻한 축사를 주셔서 진심으로 감사드립니다, 대사님. And we'd like to call our special guest this morning for a photo opportunity here on stage. And afterwards, let's have a photo together with the audience as well.
Three, two, one. Okay, one more. Three, two, one. Thank you.
And now let's have a photo opportunity with our participants as well in the audience seats. Thank you so much.
Three, two, one. Okay, one more.
Okay. It's happening good. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Okay, let's proceed with our keynote speech for today. Our keynote speaker is an assistant professor at the Graduate School of International Studies, Pusan National University. He earned his PhD from the Department of Political Science, University of Hawaii at Manoa, with a dissertation entitled Power Fortified by Fear, Patron-Client Relations, Impunity, and Electoral Killing in Maguindanao, Philippines. His research focuses on the Philippine local politics, state violence, democratization, and Korea-Philippines relations. He is the author of The Structured, Political, and the Crisis of Democracy in the Philippines, published recently in 2025, and co-author of The Role of Domestic Institutions Amid Foreign Pressures, the Pacific Review 2025. Let's all welcome Professor Changwon.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Ako po si Changwon, isang political scientist masa Korea na nagkaroon ng political science. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me today to speak at the HanPil Studies Symposium. It is a really pleasure and honor to be here today. The title of my talk is HanPil Scholarship Community Project. So HanPil Scholarship at Crossroads and Korean-Philippine Relations. And comparative area studies shared research agendas. What I want to do in this keynote is not simply describe the current state of Korean and Philippines scholar exchanges. Later, I want to ask where the Korea-Philippine scholarship stands today and why it has not yet reached its full potential and what we should do next if we want this field to grow in more serious and sustainable way. So this talk is both diagnostic and then programmatic. It is about where we are, but also where we need to go. So let me begin very briefly with three core arguments of this talk. So the first, Korea and the Philippines share striking historical parallels. The both countries experienced colonial wars and territorial developments and the democratic transitions. However, despite these broader similarities, they reached very different outcomes. So my argument is that this tension between the parallel trajectories and divergent results makes the two countries especially valuable for comparative research. The second, there is what I call the depth gap, the scholarly engagement on both sides still remain centered mainly on policy research and cultural interest. These are not unimportant, but by themselves, they do not produce the level of social scientific depth that the major field requires. This is why I argue that the comparative area studies offer an important methodological foundation. And third, closing this gap is not the responsibility of the one side alone. It is a shared scholarly responsibilities. And if HanPil Korean Philippine scholarship is to move forward, it will require reciprocal collaboration and stronger language training and long-term field on both sides. So in short, the argument of this talk is simple. The Korea and the Philippines scholarship needs to move beyond familiarities and toward deeper comparative inquiry. The Korea and the Philippines often assume that they know each other well. In reality, they do not. So as you can see from this slide, the real relationship between two countries is not shallow at all. So it has been shaped by the Korean War, by decades as US ally during the Cold War era, by parallel democratic transitions in the late 1980s, and by growing migration and economic ties since the 1990s.
And Korean firms, migrants, students, and retirees have entered the Philippines in large number. And while many Filipinos have also built their lives in careers in Korea. So in historically and political, economic, and social terms, the ties are deep now. However, the level of the scholarly understanding has not kept pace with these connections. In both countries, the social scientific study of the other side remains limited and weakly institutionalized. This, in my view, is the central paradox of Korea-Philippine scholarships. The real-world relationship is dense, but the academic relationship is still thin. There is a context, but not enough depth. There is a familiarity, but not enough serious understanding. And this is exactly why I argue that we need to rethink Korean the Philippine studies, not just as bilateral exchanges, but as a possible site of comparative area studies. And let me now turn to the first historical comparison with colonial legacies. Both Korea and the Philippines were shaped in a major way by colonial roots. So, at a very broad level, they appear comparable. But once we look more closely, we see that the contents of colonial rules and institutions it left behind were very different. In the Philippines, 3 centuries of Spanish rule create a Catholic-centered social order, and the landable elites, the so-called Catholic, American rule later introduced electoral democracy, but it did not dismantle these underlying structures. In other words, former democracy was added without a deep reconstruction of elite power. This is why Benedict Anderson could describe the Philippine system as a Catholic democracy. Well, elections often serve elite power more than popular rules, and land reforms, which might have transformed this order more deeply, was blocked. And Korea followed a different path. Japanese colonial rule weakened the old Yangban class, a higher class in Korea, while introducing modern bureaucracies and legal institutions and industrial base. And scholars such as like the Bruce Cummings have shown that these colonial institutions in Korea matters greatly for what came later. So colonial capitalism helped produce early capitalist groups, and the colonial administrative system contributed to the later strength of the post-colonial Korea states. So the key difference between two in the Philippines, colonial rule preserved local elite autonomies and limited the reach of the central state. In Korea, colonial rule left behind stronger centralized bureaucratic structures, led them to become an important basis for post-colonial state capitalism. And this mattered because these early institutional differences did not disappear. They continued to shape later patterns of development, democracy, and elite rule. And now, if we move from colonial legacy to the era of authoritarian development, both countries, we see a similar patterns. Again, the two countries look similar at first glance, but the substance was very different. Both Korea and the Philippines experienced authoritarian growth, and under leaders who claim to be pursuing national development. Both operate within the broader Cold War borders, and both used the language of modernization and economic transformations. So, from a distance, they may appear to belong to the same categories. But if we look more closely, the difference more profound. In Korea, President Park Chung-hee model resumed the Japanese development state. Economic bureaucrats set industrial goals, and the state maintained strategic autonomy even while working closely with the Jebel conglomerate. Firms received support only when they mapped clear performance targets, especially export targets. And some scholars like the Peter Evans later described this as an invaded autonomy, a state deeply connected to business, but not fully captured by it. However, in the Philippines, by contrast, the Marcos regimes claimed to promote new societies, but what emerges was predatory rather than developmental. The state resources flowed to crony rather than to strategic industry. Financial institutions served favored firms, and growth built heavily on the foreign borrowing eventually collapsed into debt crisis in the early 1980s. So again, the difference was not simply one of authoritarian versus democracy. Both were authoritarian. The real difference is in the structure of the state of power. So this is the one argument becomes especially important. The Korea has concentrated corruption between the state and large firms, and this still allows disciplined investment. The Philippines, by contrast, has dispersed corruption across the local elites, and this produced the fragmented and inefficient resources allocation. So both countries experienced authoritarian developments, but only one developed a state that could discipline the characters and direct structural transformations. So this brings me to the broader social scientific significance of the comparisons. So why should anyone beyond Korea and the Philippines studies care about comparing Korea and the Philippines? My answer is that this comparison matters because it speaks directly to some of the most important questions in comparative politics and social science more broadly. The first, it matters for developmental state theories. One of the classic questions in comparative politics is why some authoritarian states are able to build developmental capacities while others are not. The Korea and the Philippines are especially useful here because both experienced authoritarian rule, both pursue development under strong leaders, and both operate in a cultural context. However, the result was very different. So Korea built a state that could discipline characters and coordinate industrial upgradings. The Philippines did not. That makes the comparison analytically powerful because it helps us identify what kind of state structure actually makes developmental capacity possible. Second, this comparison matters for democratization theory. Both countries experienced democratic transition in the late 20th centuries, but the depth and quality of democratic consolidation differed significantly. That allow us to ask the deeper questions. Why do some transitions produce stronger institutional consolidations, while others remain uneven, fragile, or incomplete? In other words, the comparison that pushes us beyond the simple moments of transitions and towards the longer-term problems of democratic qualities. And third, it matters for the study of democratic nationalism as well. The Philippines, the case, the raised major question about executive power, institutional erosions, and politicization of violence. Korea, by contrast, offered a different trajectory, one that includes democratic crisis as well, but also democratic resilience. Looking at the two together help us think more carefully about how democratic decline unfolds and what kinds of institutions or political forces may resist it. And finally, this comparison matters because it challenges how we usually organize area studies. Korea is usually placed in East Asia, and while the Philippines is placed in Southeast Asia. So, but analytically, some of the most productive comparisons do not follow those regional boundaries at all. So, Korea Philippines scholarship remind us that comparison should follow the problems, not simply the map. So, this is not just bilateral comparison; it is a comparison that can contribute to the broader debates about development and democracy, the state, and the limits of conventional area boundaries. Let me now move from the historical comparison to the present structure of scholarship development. So if we will look at Korea's engagement with the Philippines, one clear pattern appears. The serious academic engagement began to expand mainly in 1990s, alongside the growth of official development assistance and Korean investment in Southeast Asia. This is an important point because it tells us that Korean interest in the Philippines did not begin mainly from deep area-based curiosities. It began to a large extent from policy need. The founding of KOICA in 1991 created institutional channels for research. Around the same time, KASIAS, Korea Association of Southeast Asia Studies, also helped build a broader institutional base for Southeast Asian studies. But much of this research was shaped by economic developmental studies and the policy concerns. The main goal was not necessarily to understand the Philippine society on its own terms. Rather, it was often to support development corporations and project management. Then, in the late 1990s, after the Asian financial crisis, the Philippines became more visible to Koreans in several new ways. It emerged as a retirement destinations, an English training hub, and a production base. Actually, my English is coming from the Philippines. As a result, the research began to shift toward migrations and multiculturalism and labor. But even here, the focus was often on the Filipinos in Korea, rather than on Philippines society itself. From the 2000s onwards, the Korean wave encouraged another wave of interest. The research on the cultural diplomacies and soft power became more important and common. But once again, the Philippines often appeared as a market for Korean contents, not as a full political and historical societies. And one structural problem remains very serious. Very few Korean universities offer Tagalog and Cebuano at a level of useful for research at all. So without language training, long-term fieldwork then becomes extremely difficult. And without fieldwork, deeper social scientific understanding remain limited. So in short, Korean engagement with the Philippines clearly expanded, but it did not deepen enough in social scientific terms. A similar but not identical patterns can be seen in the Philippines. Since 2000, the Philippines has become one of the most active sites for Korean popular cultures. The Korean dramas, K-pop, tourism, and beauty products and language learning have made Korea highly visible in everyday Filipino life. In that sense, Korea is widely familiar in the Philippines. But as this slide suggests, the public familiarities is not the same as academic depth. The Philippine research on Korea still focus on Korean wave receptions, language education, migrant communities, or economic times. These are important topics, of course, yes, but there is still very limited work on Korea's democratic development, authoritarian legacies, or developmental state from a comparative social scientific perspective. Why does this happen? I think there are three structural reasons. The first, the Philippine social science has long been shaped by dominant scholarly linked to the United States, the British, and Australia. So within those networks, the Korea does not naturally appear as a major comparative reference point. Second, there is the language barriers. Much of Korean social science remain available only in Korean. And this makes serious engagement difficult for scholars working mainly in English. And third, academic incentives remain weak. The institution's path for the building of stable academic careers in Korea, study in the Philippines, is still not clearly established. So the paradox is this: the Korea is highly visible in the Philippines, but still weakly developed as a serious field of social scientific studies. And once we place slide 7 and 8 together, a large pattern becomes clear. On both sides, Philippines and Korea, engagement has grown, but on both sides, that still lag behind visibility. And this brings me to what I think is one of the central problems of Korean Philippine scholarship today, the gap between policy and cultures. So on the policy side, the research often reflects priorities of those who fund it. If research is shaped by government agencies and international institutions or policy demand, then certain questions are far more likely to receive attention than others. And practical issues rise to the surface while deeper structural questions are pushed aside. That means questions about the historical roots of both systems and the political meaning of state violence or the lasting effect of authoritarian legacies often remain underexplored. And as James Scott reminds us that reality that do not fit the state's view often remain visible in knowledge productions. On the cultural side, the problem is different but relates. The cultural researches often focus on consumptions, the tastes, receptions, and identities. Again, these are not the driving subjects, but they can easily remain at the surface level if they are not connected to large questions of political economy and inequalities and power. The Philippines becomes a market and Korea becomes a model. Neither is treated as a full society with its own internal contradictions. And because of this gap, a number of important topics remains underdeveloped in Korea Philippine scholarships. Electoral violence I studied, and dynasty in the Philippines, democratic politics after Duterte, and Korea's candlelight movement, comparative populisms, and structures of inequalities, and state violence, and memory, and the legacy of Korean war in the Philippine societies. So the problem is that it's not that the policy research and cultural research are unimportant. They have both contributed to growth of the field. The problem is that Korean Philippine scholarship is still strongest in those areas where it is easiest to begin, and weakest in those areas where deeper social scientific inquiry is more needed, most needed. So that is exactly why a methodological shift becomes necessary. How do we move beyond this gap? And my answer is comparative area studies. Area studies and comparative politics have long had a tense relationships. Comparative policies often criticize area studies for being too particularistic. So too tied to one place and then too weak in theory. So area studies, on the other hand, they criticize comparative politics for using concepts and models derived too easily from Western cases and applying them to broadly elsewhere. So comparative area studies offer a path between these two positions. As you can see from this slide, it depends on three things. The first, deep regional knowledge. This means language abilities, long-term fieldwork, and historical understandings. So without those, the scholars can describe a place, but they often cannot realities interpreted. And second, the comparative frame. Original knowledges must be placed within structured comparisons. So in other words, local knowledges become more powerful when it is used not only to describe a case, but also to ask a broader comparative questions. And third, theoretical contributions. The goal is not to remain at the level of regional detail alone, but to generate insight that speak to larger debates in social science about development, democracy, and state and political. And I want to emphasize one point very clearly here. Languages and fieldwork are not just techniques. It is not just techniques. They are conditions for knowledges like John's idea work on autism is powerful not only because it is a theoretically sharp and but also because it is grounded in deep local knowledges of the Philippine societies. So without that kind of the foundation, it is very difficult to move from surface patterns to deeper structural explanations. So comparative area studies is not just a compromise between two academic traditions. It is, I would argue, that the most promising methodological foundation for more serious Korean Philippine scholarships. Once we take the methodological point seriously, we arrive at another question. What does reciprocities actually means in scholarships? Too often, reciprocities is treated as a languages of goodwill or simply as the idea that we should cooperate more each others. But I think the issue is much deeper than that. Knowledge production is never neutral. Who studies whom, in what languages, with whose concepts, and for whose benefit, these are all questions shaped by power. So if Korean and Philippine scholarship is to become truly reciprocal, it has to confront those power relations directly. I use reciprocities here in three senses. First, epistemic reciprocities. This means that both scholarly communities must recognize each other as equal producers of knowledge. Neither side should be treated simply as a model, a source, or a passive object of the studies. Second, ethical reciprocities. The fieldwork always depends on local knowledges, labor, and access. If knowledge flows only in one direction outward from the field to foreign journals and audience, then research easily becomes extractive and reciprocity means designing research against that patterns. Third, theoretical reciprocities. The Korean Philippine scholarship should not only apply northern theories to Korean Philippine cases. It should also develop theory from Korean and Philippine experience themselves. And here, one final point is essential. Reciprocity is not the same as symmetry. Korea has more research funding, the stronger institutions, and more capacity to send scholars abroad. So real reciprocities begin by recognizing these asymmetries. And that means Korean scholars and institutions must carry great responsibilities. This brings me to a more concrete questions. What do Korean researchers owe to the Philippine studies? The first, they owe language investment. The studying the Philippine without Tagalog or the Cebuano imposes clear limits on understanding. The language is not only a technical tool, it is also a sign of respect and a condition for deeper knowledge. Without languages, scholars remain dependent on narrower layer of accessible materials and cannot fully enter the intellectual world of societies they study, like in the Philippines. The second, the Korean researchers owe long-term fieldwork. The longest work on the Philippine politics was built on sustaining local emergence. Without that investment, Korea's scholarships on the Philippines will remain shallow however intentioned it may be. The third, they were all genuine intellectual partnerships. The Philippine scholars are not simply local informant or sources of data. They are major intellectual partners whose work must be engaged seriously and directly. To study the Philippines without serious engagement with the Philippine scholarship is not just incomplete. It is intellectually and ethically problematic. And first, the Korean researchers all adapt social returns. The research is conducted in the Philippines should also return to the Philippine academic space and will possible to local communities. It should not circulate only in Korean languages venues or in international journals disconnected from the place being studied. So the Korean researchers owe the Philippine studies more than attention. They owe languages the fieldwork, intellectual respect, and scholarly returns. Now let me turn to questions around the ask what Filipino researchers owe to Korean studies. The first, Korea should be treated as a seriously analytical case, right? Not simply as a visible cultural presence. The Korea's democratic experience and its developmental state legacies and its current political tensions are not just a foreign example to be mentioned in passing. They are rich cases for serious political and social analysis in the Philippines. Second, the Filipino scholars need to deeper engagement with Korean social science. This means more than citing a few English language texts. It means building stronger access to Korean language scholarship through studies, collaborations, translations, and sustained institutional exchange. Third, Korea can serve as a comparative mirror. One of the strongest reasons to study Korea seriously in the Philippines is that comparison helps Philippine scholars understand the Philippines more sharply. The Korea's post-1987 trajectory, democratic traditions, impeachment, and candlelight movement, and the political polarizations offers a powerful comparative frame for thinking about the Philippine democracies. And first, the Korean Philippine histories should also be rewritten from the Philippine side, with the Philippine perspective. The Korean War, Korean and the Cold War asymmetries and presence of Korean communities in the Philippines have too often been narrated mainly from the Korean or American viewpoint. More reciprocal Korean Philippine scholarships require recovering the Philippine historical agency in this shared history. So the broader point of this is the Korean study in the Philippines should move beyond the familiarities and become a deeper field of comparative and historical inquiries. If we take the reciprocity seriously, then the next question is practical. What kinds of research should Korean and Philippine scholars actually do together? As you can see from this slide, there are at least four especially promising areas. And the first one is the elite power. The Philippine Marxism and dynasty rule can be compared with Korean factional politics and business state time. This is a productive field because both countries raise questions about how elite networks shape democratic institutions, but they do so in very different ways. The second is state balance and transitional justice. The Korea's Gwangju experience in 1980s and later truth commissions can be placed in conversation with violence under Marcos and Duterte in the Philippines. This kind of comparisons could deepen both empirical understanding and theoretical debates on violence and memories and accountability of the politics. The third is labor migration and diaspora. The Filipino workers in Korea and Korean communities in the Philippines give us a strong basis for studying mobilities, hierarchies, and everyday forms of inequalities across the two societies. And the first is Korean war memories, particularly the place of the 7,400 Philippine soldiers in a shared historical narrative remains underexplored and deserves much more serious joint research now. These four areas are best understood, studied together, and joint research allows Korean and the Philippine scholars to combine regional expertise and produce stronger comparative insights than. Let me now turn to the more practical agendas, starting with the Philippines studies in Korea. The first, the Philippine language education needs to be institutionalized. But without a stronger dialogue and development training, the fieldwork and deeper regional knowledges will remain limited. Second, Korea needs better support for long-term fieldwork. Area studies cannot be built on short-term output alone. If Korean institutions want to serious the Philippine studies, they must support serious time in the field. Third, more sustainable career paths are needed for young Korean scholars specialized in the Philippines. At present, too many talented researchers face very narrow institutional prospects. First, institutional cooperation with major Philippine university should move beyond the students' exchange and support visiting research and joint projects. And finally, this is my personal ideas. The Philippine journal should pursue the stronger academic recognitions, including KCI indexing, because the formal institutional value matters if we want more scholars to enter the field. So in short, the Philippine studies in Korea needs to stronger language trainings and fieldwork support and career pathway and institutional partnerships and academic recognition. A similar practical agenda is needed for Korean studies in the Philippines. And the first, the Korean language education should not remain tied only to employment, the study abroad, or K-pop consumptions. It should also function as a tool of scholarly researches. Second, Korea should be much more fully integrated into the graduate curriculums in the Philippines, especially in comparative politics and political economies and modern history as well. Third, translation matters. A large body of Korean social science remains difficult to access outside Korean language scholarship. So selective translation projects could make a real difference for the Philippine researchers. And for the researchers on Korea in the Philippines should not depend only on Korean funding institutions. The Philippine funding bodies should also support comparative researches on Korea if intellectual autonomy is to be strengthened. So the Korean studies in the Philippines require the stronger language training and curricular integrations and translation and local research support. And beyond these separate agendas, we also need a shared agenda for the Korean Philippine scholarly community itself. So first, the HanPil, the Korean Philippine journal, should become a stronger intellectual platform. It should not simply publish work from the both sides, but help set standards for Korean Philippine comparative research and shape the field directions. Second, joint research projects need to be institutionalized. The conference and journal articles are important, but they are not enough by themselves. What the field also needs are long-term collaborative projects in which scholars from both countries formulate questions together and collect materials together and publish it together. And third, the graduate exchanges and joint supervision programs are essentials, I think. If Korean and Philippine scholarship is to survive as a field, it must reproduce itself institutionally by training the next generation of scholars. And first, archive access needs to improve on both sides. The better access to historical and policy materials in Korea and the Philippines would greatly strengthen the empirical foundation of future Korean Philippine research. So this shared agenda is really about institution building stronger journals and stronger joint projects and stronger graduate trainings and better access to research materials. These are the foundation of sustainable field between Korea and the Philippine studies. Let me close with one final point. So academic, the rigors and social relevance are not enemies. So in fact, one of the reason Korean Philippine scholarship matters is that it can contribute not only to academic debates, but also to public understanding in both societies. And comparative scholarships can help Korea and the Philippines think more clearly about corruption, development, democracy, inequalities, migration, and historical the memories. So that is why the scholarship should not remain inside academic alone. The research findings should also be translated into the policy reports and public lectures, essays, and wider public discussion. So the expanding social scientific debates is important not only for the scholarships itself, it is also essential for building a more equal, more mature, and more intellectually serious relationship between two societies, Korea and the Philippines. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you for the very insightful keynote speech, Professor Strong, Professor Yang. And now we open our stage for questions or some inquiries from our audience. Please acknowledge please state your name and your affiliation and then your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan, for that really insightful and I think timely presentation. Starting from area studies. My name is Johanna Zulueta. I'm from Toyo University, Japan, and affiliated with the university. So my question, well, one is I am a sociologist by training, but I also do area studies. My main area is actually Japan. So I've been studying Japan for 20 years. And actually when I was listening to your presentation, it actually echoed a lot of the problems with Philippine scholars studying Japan and vice versa, or maybe Philippine scholars studying Japan. So I'd like to ask, because you mentioned language proficiency, right? We know that a lot of work is still written in Korean and academic Korean at that. So I was wondering, how do you address this problem? And being someone who also studied the Philippines, right? How should Philippines or the Philippines or Filipinos address this problem? Because we're not talking about just language proficiency per se, right? We're talking about academic level. And second, with regards to engagement, I think I'm pretty new to studies of Korea, but in terms of, let's say, doing research on Japan, right, Japanese society, migration, for instance, and we also mentioned that a lot of work on migration was actually more on looking at Filipino migrants in South Korea, and same goes to Japan. And I saw in much of the literature, and I'm talking about Japan, that there's a lack of engagement right? Engagement with the society, right? Meaning engagement with Japanese society, the Japanese social change, etc. So it's lacking in, understanding, right? How cultural change, social change also affects the migrant population. That's why I was wondering how would you address that problem, right, of engagement, right? Engaging the society, engaging the culture when it comes to area studies. And my third question, you also mentioned that area studies is very much deep, that it lacks in theory. So for many of us, when we talk about area studies, we actually identify ourselves first with our discipline, right? So how do you make area studies palatable to the academic community, especially now in the neoliberal academy that you have to, you're talking about jobs, right? You're talking about publishing in highly ranked journals. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I missed a lot of things, but mainly you mentioned that the first question is languages barriers in Korea and the Philippines at the same time. So basically, comparing two societies, I think the Philippine students, they are interested in studying Korean, how to speak Korean, and but in Korea, the many it is really hard to find the Korean student to learn the Filipinos, dialogues. I think it is because the Korean people, Korean students, they believe that the Philippine, the country, the Philippine, the market is not good for them to finding the better job. But however, as we know, the Philippines is a really huge market, and then there's a really good opportunity to have good jobs and good understanding each other's. However, in Korea, the most important problem is that the in universities levels they do not offer any the language course for these students who want to study the Filipino level. So basically, for me, when I was in the undergraduate levels, I have never finding any battle class in my universities. Even in the master's levels, we opened battle class for the normal pupils, the students. However, only two, including me, only two students, the registrants. So that is why the course was cancelled. So I think because of that, that lead the Korean researchers not to study the Philippine itself. And then that kind of the language barriers, I need to find someone who can help me to study Tagalog and Cebuano. And then for me, I'm studying the Mindanao place, so I need to study Tagalog, not Tagalog, the Cebuano. At the same time, I want to study Maguindanao. So it is also really really hard for me to make different things. So nowadays, in my place, Pusan, the foreign language university they offer, and then they start to publish it one books, the language books, which is to teach how to teach the how to learn what is that the database in Korea. So it was free. So we can download it from the website. So I think it is the first stage to make a the change point to make students to study make Korean students to study in the Philippines. And then second was the social changes. It was right. I need to think more, and then let's move to the area studies. So for me, I am studying the political science. However, I'm much more engaged into area studies. So I have several the field work, and then even though I'm not good with speak Cebuano, I try to use Cebuano. It is because I need to have some the rapport with good relationship with the locals. And I think this is in aerospace we are much more the underlying that having good relationship and rapport and collaborative relationship with the peoples. We are a little bit just a little bit neglect the theorizations. And then that is why when I study one articles and always the political scientists, commentators mention that you need to be more theorizations and theory is much more important to make explain to other people's and look like it makes the people it makes my articles look much more scientific, right? So that is why I think my understanding is that we need to have some the collaboration with area studies at the same time civilizations. So area studies, the researchers who is coming from the area studies, they try to be more get immersed into civilization, and the political scientists must be going to the field and having more grounded, rooted information, digging up the kind of information. So that is why I think we need to have some kind of how can I say is the collaboration between others. Yeah, I hope my answer is useful and understanding.
Thank you so much for the questions, and we have another one. Dr. Franco.
Hello, my name is Jean Encinas Franco. I am from the Department of Political Science. So I'm really very delighted by your presentation. I think it's a fantastic presentation. I was struck with what you said that when you compared the Philippine predatory state in contrast with Korea's developmental state. This was the debate in the 90s during the time when, at the time when the newly industrialized economies discourse was very, very strong. And one of the explanations, no, especially when we look at democratization theory, is that in Korea, elites transcended their interests compared to the Philippines. So I want to know whether, at what extent this is true in Korea, because of course we just read about these things, but since you live and work in Korea, to what extent is this true that indeed in Korea elites transcended their interests, no, while they were developing, compared to the Philippines, where cronyism was very prevalent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And then basically, I believe that the reason why I did not that kind of topics, the comparing between two countries' authoritarian experience is that, you know, my generations have never experienced democratizations. Me. And my generation have never experienced war. And then when I was born in Korea, my country was already democratic, was already rich countries. So my generation, we considers Korea as a highly developed countries. But at the same time, nowadays, compared to in the Philippines, I think now young generation, they have never experienced authoritarian 1980s. And then they are still they felt, maybe I'm not sure, but maybe they are feeling that the Philippines is still developing countries. However, that is we know. However, in research in academia, we have never compared each other to countries. Even young generations, they still have different perspective on each countries, right? And then even in Korea, university students, they do not know the Philippines, the authoritarians and democratization. Even they don't know people power in the Philippines in the 1980s, it affected Korean democratizations, right? So I think for the next generation, even for the next generation, the scholarships, the Philippines in Korea, we must have it digging up. Even we know already that kind of topics, the lead or making them much more important than before, right? And then once more is that democracy. Maybe I'm not sure. You guys think that Korea is democratic countries, right? Maybe. However, nowadays young generation they do not consider South Korea as a democratic country. There are a lot of issues and there are a lot of agendas, even the gender conflicts and then what is that? The ages, right? How can I say it? Okay. Yeah, age gaps. And then we have so much, we experience so much difference. That is why our perspective are so much different. And I believe that even the Philippines, right? Comparing 1980s and even now, not, I mean, just 10 years ago, the Philippine street was really dirty, really smelly. But now, everything is changing. Whenever I visit the Philippines is not developing. It is already developed countries. My perspective is also changing right now. So my point is that even experts like me, perspective has been changing, right? So I think we, even though this what is it, predatory authoritarianism and democratization is all the issues I know. However, I think we need to touch on that topics to make it for next generations.
Thank you. I think we still have lots of time to accommodate for questions, and I think we're just getting the floor uh, even hotter, even hotter outside, but also here with our scholar the discussion. So yeah, and we have a question. Make your feature ground.
안녕하세요. I am Jana from BA Linguistics, and I just wanted to thank you for this because I have read an article about the scholarship between Korea and the Philippines, but it was kind of a summary, so this was very helpful in actually visualizing what the gap is. So I just wanted to ask, because it was mentioned that it was mentioned that the scholarship has to be connected to the public, and I was I was also considering about talking with others about it, but I think there is a tendency to avoid topics that are difficult to understand. So sometimes the topics that people talk about are just what you would consider surface level. So for example, K-pop and that kind of visible cultural presence. So I just wanted to ask your opinion on how to kind of bring the interest closer to the general populace in terms of wanting to have a deeper understanding of each other. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Jana. So basically, it is very, as I mentioned in my presentations, it is the starting point to get familiar with the pop cultures, right? Thanks to K-pop, I really have been I have been welcomed by the foreigners, or K-pop, BTS, something like that. And that is really good point to understand each other, the societies. However, I repeat that is a starting point, right? So I think we need to have more seriously, even we are in academia, right? So the Center for Korean Studies offer the programs, exchange programs, and then Korean University, I mean, the university in Korea, we offer a lot of the programs to invite the ASEAN, the students from ASEAN. Even in the funding, the Korean and ASEAN the funding, they offer that the fieldwork programs. It is really huge fundings, but the ASEAN students, they do not apply that aids, that scholarship opportunity. And even my university, Pusan University, we offer the program for inviting the Philippine the students. However, in this seasons, in this period, I have never met the applicants from the Philippines. So I think that is not just about I think now the informations they it is really hard to make students to get informations. Maybe you did not know that some Islamic university offer this scholarship for the ASEAN. And then in Korea, KASIAS, the leading association of Center for the leading association of Southeast Asian Studies in Korea, we offer the scholarships. But just a small number of the ASEAN students apply to study. But however, um, the Hallyu, the Korean language is really important topics, and that is we spent almost 20 years. So I believe that we must go on beyond that. So you must come into the Korean societies and digging up what's the various topics, even politics, sociologists, and migrants, and diaspora, or international marriages, or Filipinos, and then the Filipinos who was born in Korea. There are a lot of issues, right? So yeah, we need to, as a academia, we need to make the better programs for students and making them provide good syllabuses and then any information like that. And then I'm prepared. I'm ready to cooperate with you, Professor Benjamin, and then Noel, Nathan sectors.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yang. I think since we also were talking about scholarship, I was also surprised about what you mentioned about Pusan National University's offering. Maybe there are some gaps as well in the information dissemination, and because or maybe there are some institutions that are like what do you call it? Handling how is handling the information dissemination to different universities, especially in the Philippines. So maybe we could address that administratively. It was also my first time. I was also surprised about what you mentioned about Castellas, because I'm just familiar with Cuenca,
Oh.
and just to give some additional information about scholarship. Do you believe that there is a gap between or there's imbalance between scholarships scholarship opportunities between hard sciences and the social sciences? Because if we look at the offerings of the FICA scholarship programs, maybe because of their agenda as well and the goals, uh, there's an imbalance between the natural sciences and the social sciences and humanities scholarship programs.
Thank you for your question and comments. So basically, I think that the Philippine technique are the same as Korean. So natural science and engineering, computing and AI are much more important than any other humanities and social science. However, we are accepting that situation. Even now, social science and humanity, we have a small number of scholarships and then fundings, and that really helpful for making better understanding, better collaboration between two countries. So even the cultures, we have a really good relationship with the ASEAN the researchers. And then even some national universities and some of any other small, I can say the Korean universities, we offer the programs, even the scholars to invite to visit, visiting the professor the status, and then they can. It is not much more from this. However, even that we providing housing services and then providing some allowance, right? Allowance, something like that. But that is also one of the really important opportunity to understand each other's and then getting familiar with two countries. So even when I was in, it is my first semester working in Pusan University, and we providing the inviting the visiting programs, but I did never finding any applicants from Southeast Asia. Right. So we need to having some good relations at the same time. We need to have good is the channel for providing information as well.
Thank you. Now that you know, perhaps you will encounter more
Yes.
Filipino applications in the future. Now, maybe we can accommodate one last question from the command.
Thank you, Professor Yang, for the information that you shared with us this morning. We at the Center for International Studies offer some Korean studies courses. And actually, the approach is really more comparative, no, the comparison between Korea and the Philippines. And we, fortunately for us, the interest of our students are beyond Hallyu, because we have our faculty affiliates from different units in the university, like Professor Franco here, from the political science department, Dr. Bay, and also Professor JR Kino from the linguistics department. So actually some of the posters outside, not actually, the posters outside were prepared by our students, and that is in preparation for their final paper. I'm very much interested in the scholarship that you mentioned, because we've been trying to find a partner in Korea, for maybe like a sports day visit, maybe a 10-week visit where our students would go and have an interaction with Korean students, and maybe partner university where our students could go for 1 semester or 2 semesters. A real partnership, I mean, not just in oil, but between institutions, because my I work primarily in Japan studies, and it works for us. We have students, we take our students to Japan for a short stay visit. And then we also have a 1 year student exchange program directly with the university. So I hope we can explore that for your students and our students as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your information. So I mean, so basically, even scholars, we offer the short stay in Korea. Even school, even the academia professors. So I mean, only a few months ago, I got information. I mean, I got information from the universities, and they offered that finding international your collaboration teams, the professors, and then we will support you. But it was really short time period, and I cannot offer, I could not providing that information to any other scholarships. And then maybe next time I will make a channel with the collaborate with the Korean studies and then Asian studies at the same time. And then, well, it is a really surprise that the students, they had never known the information. They have short-term stay in Korea. I'm not sure, but pretty sure means that maybe a lot of the universities, Korean university in Korea provide that kind of exchanges programs. And then even my class, about 1/3 students coming from the any other countries as exchange students. So maybe the place find their informations, and then maybe it is good way to make a channel to share the same information with the UP and the other major universities. Thank you.
Yes, and this leads for more conversations after the session today. So thank you for the very wonderful exchange of ideas and thank you for the information as well with regards to the scholarships in Pusan National University. And to this at this juncture, we would like to award a certificate of appreciation. Allow me to slide to read the citation. This certificate is proudly presented to Professor Changwon for being a keynote speaker of the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium with a presentation entitled HanPil Scholarship at the Crossroads, Korean Philippine Relations, the Case for Comparative Area Studies, and a Shared Research Agenda. Given today, of May 2026 at the Pilar General Lecture Hall, University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City, signed by Dr. Jang, Director of Korea Research Center, University of the Philippines, Diliman. Thank you so much, Professor Changwon, and this is what I'm considering that. And now we will call Professor Jean Casillas Franco for the next session.
Thank you, JR, and thank you, Dr. Changwon, for the very insightful discussion and response to our questions. Yeah, we will now move on to our next session, which will particularly talk about some of the units of analysis that we will be comparing with Korea, following Dr. Yang's talk a while ago. So now I would like to call on Dr. Soohee Jang of Dong-A University to talk about the literature of the Japanese military comfort women and its intersection with Korean American literature, focusing on white chrysanthemum. Dr. Soohee Jang, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm Soohee Jang from Korea, Pusan, Korea. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Yomi and everyone at the UP for giving me the opportunity to give this presentation. I study stories related to the Japanese military comfort women. I apply these stories, trace their history, and examine how each work was created and changed in different social situations. In a way, I think I'm also a collector of stories. The Philippines was also one of the countries affected by the Japanese military comfort treatment system, and there are still those here who experienced that history. When I first began collecting stories from Korea, I started to think that women in many other countries must also have created their own stories with their own languages, emotions, and histories. This is my first time visiting the Philippines, and I hope to listen to and learn from many stories of Filipino women from now. Today, I'm going to talk about the Korean American novel White Chrysanthemum. Starting with Kim Hak-sun's testimony in 1991, survivors of the Japanese military comfort women system around the world began to speak publicly about their experience. These testimonies also influenced writers in the English-speaking world. Several Korean American writers began to write stories related to the Japanese military comfort women issue. These These, these are some of those works. All of them were published after 1991. The writers have said that they watched documentaries about the issue, but listened to the testimonies or read survivors' stories while working on their books. Stories about the Japanese military comfort women written by Korean American writers are closely connected to the historical moment of after the testimony. Through this, they connected with the history of Japanese colonialism and the experience of the victims, and began to pair and interpret the comfort women issue from the perspective of Korean Americans. Except for Gift of the Emperor, almost all Korean American novels about the Japanese military comfort women issue were translated into Korean, with very little time difference after their original publication. This is not simply a matter of literary translation or circulation. It also reflects the political and economic power relationship between Korea and the United States through the Korea-US alliance. In December 2015, Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe announced an agreement between Korea and Japan on the Japanese military comfort women issue without a clear acknowledgement of language, legal responsibility or full apology. After this agreement, US and British media often reported it as good news for the United States. In other words, the US led Korea, US Japan alliance became even stronger by silencing the suffering and voices of former comfort women. In January 2016, the US President Barack Obama described the Korean-Japan agreements as a just and lasting resolution. During a phone call with former South Korean President Park Geun-hye. But this idea of justice never truly reached the victims themselves. Instead, it was kind of justice that confirmed the power relationship between Korea and Japan under the leadership of the United States. It was also a form of justice created through the process of neatly hosting and managing the post-colonial historical issues between Korea and Japan through political agreement. So going back to Korean American writers, Korean American literature about the Japanese military comfort women issue grew after writers began speaking publicly about their experiences. Their works took up the historical issues between Korea and Japan, as well as women's issues from the perspective of Korean Americans. At the same time, these stories were also shaped by the position of Korean Americans who often had to understand and explain their own place within the Korea-US-Japan alliance and their relationship between North Korea and China through their connection to South Korea. We argued the Korean American narratives about the Japanese military component issue was shaped within a US centered Cold War relationship. From the Captive Cultural Agreement in 1905, when Japanese and American imperial powers accepted each other's colonial control. The conditions that later made the Japanese military compartment system possible when may have already been quietly built into that relationship. From this perspective of connections between empires, Korean American writers had a compartment issue in a different way from many narratives produced in Korea itself. Now, I'd like to briefly talk about the story of white Chrysanthemum. This novel follows the lives of two sisters, Hannah and Emmy, explores the war, memory, and survival through the story of the Japanese military comfort women system. In the summer of 1943, Hannah, who was the Kenya woman diver from Jeju Island, is taken by Japanese soldiers after trying to protect her younger sister Emmy. She is sent to a comfort women station and is given the name Sakura. There, she suffers sexual violence. She survives by learning from and supporting the other women around her. A Japanese soldier named Morimoto treats Hana as if she were his lover, but this turns out to be a form of deception. Hana tries many times to escape, but is never fully able to free herself. There, she passes through Mongolia and even a Soviet prisoner of war camp. Depending on the situation, people call her different names such as comfort women, comfort woman, orphan, or prostitute. But until the end, Hannah insisted that her true identity is Kenya, and she tried to keep her dignity. Meanwhile, Amy spends her whole life carrying guilt because she survived instead of her sister. After liberation, she loses her father during the Jeju uprising, and later her mother is also killed by Amy's husband. After staying silent for many years, Amy finally shares Hannah's story with her daughter and her daughter's American friend Lane. After seeing the Statue of Peace unveiled during the 1000 Wednesday demonstration in 2011. The novel moves back to and forth between two timelines. Hannah's story in 1943, when she was taken from Jeju as a Japanese military combat woman, and Emmy's journey to the 1000th Wednesday demonstration in 2011. These different times and spaces are connected and unfold almost like a multiverse. The background of white chrysanthemum is the Asia Pacific War in 1943. At that time, the Japanese Navy was building military facilities at the Alteram Airfield on Jeju Island. In 1945, Jeju became part of Japan's Tetsugo operation, which was the military plan to defend mainland Japan from invasion. Because of this, around 78,000 Japanese soldiers were suddenly stationed on the island. Military comfort stations were also set up in Jeju during this period. There have been no direct testimonies from Japanese military comfort women victims from Jeju itself. Because of this, research about comfort stations and the comfort women system in Jeju has mostly come from interviews with local residents who witnessed them during the war. Even though many Japanese soldiers were stationed in Jeju for the Tetsugo operation, US forces did not land there. Instead, they landed in Okinawa. Jeju Island is a place where many layers of history remain deeply connected and overlapping. The island carries the history of Japanese colonial rule, US military government, and Cold War order after liberation, and state violence around the time of the Korean War. These histories were never completely separated from one another. Today, Jeju is known around the world for its beautiful nature and tourism. But at the same time, it is also home to a naval base where US nuclear submarines can enter. There are many interesting points analyzing white Chrysanthemum, but today I would like to focus on its connection to the Jeju uprising. The Jeju 03 uprising began after police opened fire on civilians during a protest on March 1st, 1947. Later, on April 3rd, 1948, armed groups connected to the South Korean Workers' Party rose up against the state violence and against the division of Korea. Until September 21st, 1954, Jeju experienced violent clashes between armed groups and government forces, along with large-scale massacre of civilians by the military and police. This massacre happened under the US military government and is known as one of the major death toll in Korean history. During this process, there were also cases of sexual violence, sexual abuse, and forced marriage. Like this. After liberation, Hannah and Emmy's father is killed by the police during the Jeju uprising because he is accused of hiding armed fighters. Hannah's story in 1943 follows her after she is taken from Jeju as a Japanese military compartment woman, sent to wartime comfort stations, and later escapes to Mongolia. In contrast, Amy's story in 2011 is about a woman who survives the violence of Jeju 43 uprising. Is forced to marry a policeman who killed her mother and spends her whole life working as a Kenya woman tiger. This was not the first time that stories about the Japanese military comfort union issues and the Jeju uprising were connected together. In Eyes of Down, the Japanese military comfort women story serialized in the 1970s, Jeju forcefully uprising and sexual violence also appeared together. Later in 1991, the NBC drama adaptation Eyes of Doubt became one of the first popular TV dramas to portray Jeju forcefully uprising. In this story, Jeju uprising is presented as something that happened to former Japanese military comfort women, a woman after the war ended. In white Chrysanthemum, HanPil life as a Japanese military comfort woman, and Emmy's life shaped by the memory of Hana and the violence of Jeju uprising are placed side by side like two different paths. The novel overlaps the life of a woman who was taken into the comfort station with the life of another woman who was not taken, but still became a victim of another form of state violence. The term policeman's wife is an expression that strongly shows the sexual violence connected state power during the Jeju uprising. To survive, Annie married policeman, but the same man later suspects her mother of helping the rebels, and her mother is executed. The Jeju uprising can also be understood as a genocide because mass killings were carried out to destroy a specific groups of people. From August 1945 to at least the first half of 1949, the U.S. government, the U.S. Army, and the U.S. Eighth Army had many major military and legal responsibility for most military actions in South Korea. During Jeju uprising, General John Hazi rejected a peaceful solution that had been discussed by military governor Dean, and instead decided to suppress the uprising through military force. In 1999, Korean American lawyer Yoon Young-il in Washington announced that he and the families of Jeju uprising victims would file a class action lawsuit against the United States government. This shows the Jeju uprising has been understood not only as an internal Korean issue after liberation, but also as a matter connected to the responsibility of the U.S. military government and the U.S. government. However, in any story in the novel, the role and responsibility of the U.S. military government in the Jeju uprising largely disappeared. Instead, the event is mostly presented as a story of personal guilt and family tragedy. In Emmy's narrative, the character who symbolizes America is Ray, American friend of Emmy's daughter, who joined them at Wednesday demonstration. Lane is a professor who helps make protest signs for the demonstration, support Annie, and listens together with the family as Annie finally shares her hidden story. During the Asian Pacific War, sexual violence against women through the Japanese military comfort unit system continued after liberation in a different form through the system of US military camp women. The violent response to the Teju uprising under the US military government also continued into the massacres carried out later under the government Isma. In the novel, the United States and the United military, which were involved in these forms of violence, almost completely disappeared. Instead, America is represented only by Lane, the polite and kind American protester. Lane joined the protest in front of the closed doors and windows of the Japanese embassy. In this space, which symbolizes Japan's denial and silence about history, blame can also be read as a reminder of another country whose responsibility is not fully called into question, the United States. White Chrysanthemum places the violence of the Japanese military comfort women system and the violence of Jeju uprising side by side. But at the same time, the novel pushes the structural violence of the United States under the US military government and the Cold War system outside the main story. Instead, it brings forward the figure of Lane as a good American. In this sense, Korean American narratives about the Japanese military comfort women issue produced far from Korea carry a certain tension or contradiction. While they strongly criticize Japan's responsibility, they can also end up quietly accepting the Cold War order by leaving out the role of the American empire. As Korean American literature deals with Korean history and represents the national and gendered violence experience during the colonial period, the responsibility of the United States gradually becomes less visible. Within the Korea-US-Japan alliance, historical conflicts between Korea and Japan became something to be managed and politically settled. In that process, the violence and responsibility of the United States, which helped create and maintain the Cold War order, were easily pushed out of sight. In the end, even the language of justice may only be allowed as long as it does not threaten the order of the alliance itself. Like Jeju Island, the Philippines also seems to carry the history of islands and the memories of war. I think there are stories here that are similar to Korea's, but also stories that are very different. I hope that from now on, I can continue to learn more about and listen to the main stories of the Philippines. Thank you.
Kamsahamnida, Soohee, Jang, and thank you for that very incisive and also critical account of the novel White Chrysanthemum. I actually have that novel in my Kindle files, but I haven't gotten to reading it. But now I have a lens, no, that I can use to read the novels, no? So, moving on, we have another equally interesting presentation by Dr. Johanna Zulueta of Toyo University in Japan. She will present her article, her paper, her research titled Between Inclusion and Exclusion in Multicultural South Korea, examining older migrants' lived experiences. Johanna?
Annyeonghaseyo, good morning, magandang umaga. This is part of a research that I'm doing, which is actually a comparative research between Korea and Japan. So whenever I think of Korean migration or multicultural policies in Korea, I always compare it to Japan because as I earlier said, I actually come from, I'm a sociologist by training, but I actually come from Japan studies. So I've been doing research on Japan for the past 2 decades, more than 20 years ago. I only started studying South Korea 3 years ago. And so this is very much basic. And even my Korean language is pretty much rudimentary. So much of my sources are actually in English. The title of my presentation is Between Inclusion and Exclusion in Multicultural South Korea, examining older migrants' lived experiences. So, marriage migration to South Korea started in the late 80s with the entry of Chinese women of Korean descent, what we call as Chosunjo, and also women from Southeast Asia, mainly Vietnam, Thailand, the Philippines. The latter began migrating to Korea as marriage migrants starting in the late 1980s to the early 1990s. So these Filipino and with regards to the Filipino women, they were matched with their Korean husbands mainly through the Unification Church. But there were those who met their partners through their social networks, especially now, as well as through online dating sites and applications. When we talk about the 2000s. There were also those who met their Korean partners at their workplaces. Most of these women are naturalized Koreans, thus numerical estimates on this group are also difficult to maintain. I mean, if you just rely on statistics from the Philippine Embassy, for instance, or those from CFO, for instance, because many of these are actually naturalized citizens, naturalized Koreans. As naturalized Koreans, they receive all the rights the Korean state bestows on its citizens. These marriage migrants, however, spoke of having experienced discrimination due to their ethnic backgrounds despite their Korean citizenship. This illustrates the fact that citizenship is relational, and in ethno-nationalist countries like Japan and South Korea that conflate citizenship with ethnicity and race, it would be difficult for these marriage migrants to be fully accepted as Koreans. So this study examines older or aging female marriage migrants. When I say aging, I set the age to be 50 and above in rural and semi-rural South Korea, and their lived experiences as both included and excluded within South Korea's multicultural policies. Because of language barriers, for this particular study, I'm focusing on marriage migrants from the Philippines. So utilizing data from fieldwork I conducted from 2023 to 2025, and actually this is an ongoing research in rural and semi-rural areas of South Korea. Interviews with these marriage migrants as well as expert interviews. I study how certain forms of mobilities work in excluding and including migrants in the context of socio-legal realities in both origin and destination countries. So as for my methodology, I did field work in South Korea from August to September 2023. So basically, I visited areas in Chungcheongnam-do, South Chungcheong Province, particularly Cheonan, Hongseong, Gwangju, Yesan, and also Jeollabuk-do. So I also returned in 2024 twice, and also in 2025 for follow-up research. Basically, this is actually convenience sampling, primarily because I had to rely on networks, church networks, introduced to me
and you know, the priest, the Filipino Catholic priest who cooperated in my study actually does research in this area. Okay, I also visited the Philippine Embassy, interviewed key informants there, reached the Missionary Commission for Filipinos Overseas in February 2023, a Korean legislator of Filipino descent, and a Migration Research and Training Center. So basically, I do a lot of follow-ups. So this is also, in a way, part of an ethnographic research. Okay, so this is just to show you the my research field. So that's Gyeonggi-do, because I also visited Namyangju, which is very much close to Seoul. Next slide. And then Chungcheongnam-do, and then Cheollam-do. So I think some of you can read Korean, so. Okay, so for the profile of my informants, I interviewed several, I think almost 30 marriage migrants, but for this particular study, because I focused on those who are aging or older, so 50 years and above. So I mean, this is based on 14, interviews, semi-structured interviews. So the presence of foreign wives, not only in urban but also in rural South Korea, began to transform South Korean society into a multicultural one. In 2006, the South Korean government acknowledged that the country was transitioning into a multicultural, multi-ethnic society. The country's multicultural policies, however, are focused on so-called multicultural families. Families composed of marriage migrants from East and Southeast Asia and their Korean husbands, thus marginalizing a large part of the foreign population, particularly foreign workers. H.M. Kim calls this kind of multiculturalism as a patriarchal family-oriented welfare model. Tasked to reproduce the next generation of Koreans, these marriage migrants are considered to be potential Korean citizens. Despite their seemingly favored status, these marriage migrants also experience problems such as cultural and linguistic barriers, domestic abuse, and discrimination that contradict their privileged status as wives of Koreans and members of a multicultural family. So according to the Multicultural Family Support Act, a multicultural family or Damungang Kajok is one, a family that includes one married immigrant and one who has acquired Korean nationality pursuant to Article 2, acquisition by birth, or Article 3, acquisition by acknowledgement, or Article 4, acquisition through naturalization of the Korean Nationality Act. And then it's also a family where one has acquired Korean nationality pursuant to Articles 3 and 4 of the Nationality Act, and one who has acquired nationality pursuant to Articles 2 and 4 of the Nationality Act. So this is basically the government's definition of what a multicultural family is. However, we have to note that marriage migrants, even though they form a large part of these multicultural families, right? So because I showed you the definition of a multicultural family, so you have one who is a foreigner, non-Korean, and the other who is actually Korean, whether by naturalization or by birth, right? I mean, birth is essentially by birth. But then it also excludes other forms of so-called multicultural families, for instance, both foreigners, right? Living in Korea, and then basically they are multicultural, but they're not included in this discourse, in this definition. However, marriage migrants, even though they are naturalized South Koreans, they are both included and excluded in this discourse of multiculturalism. Why? Because they actually experience problems such as cultural and linguistic barriers, domestic abuse, discrimination, and that contradict their privileged status as wives of Koreans and members of a multicultural family. South Korea, as we know, conflates ethnicity, nationality, and race to the idea of a country built upon a singular or single ethnicity, what Koreans call Danil Bunjo. So a singular ethnicity, a singular nationality. So we can also think of multiculturalism in South Korea as very much cosmetic. So I use Desmond Suzuki's term when she described Japanese multiculturalism as cosmetic multiculturalism. So basically, the two countries are pretty much the same in terms of multiculturalism discourses. So, why is this? It's because migrants themselves feel that their families and people in the community do not really try to understand their cultures better. So the multiculturalism here is mostly in the form of festivals, cultural events that showcase migrant cultures, but are these enough? So these are somehow performative. Performative multiculturalism, or what we call the 3Ms. So fiesta or festivals, food, and fashion. Basically very superficial. However, we also have to note that the local and national government have, because the multicultural policies of South Korea is really very much top down. So local and national government efforts to provide assistance to the business of multicultural centers, language support, etc. So in a way, multiculturalism in South Korea, right, the multiculturalist policies are pretty much advanced or progressive at the outset, right? Or if you compare it to Japan, which is mostly on a local government level. So next slide. So just to show you how multiculturalism is performed in South Korea, these are some photos of this Asian Music Festival, which was held in Hongseong-gun in Chungcheongnam-do last August when I visited. So yeah, I was doing my field work at this location. It's a semi-rural area in South Chungcheong province. So yeah, it's basically what we can describe as the 3Fs of multiculturalism. Next slide. So my question for this particular study and for this paper that I am also writing, how are marriage minors both included and excluded in the whole course of in the whole discourse of South Korean multiculturalism? So for this, I also draw from expert interviews from the Philippine Embassy and from my other contacts. So I got to interview former Vice Consul Attorney General Nedumo Corista, who is now a Quezon City RTC Judge, Regional Trial Court Judge, in August 2023. So according to her, South Korea's multiculturalist policies are pretty much one-sided. And then she also mentioned to me that there are a lot of problems faced by Filipino marriage minors. Of course, you have the multicultural centers and you also have the embassy to assist. And what is really interesting is that it was only in 2023 that the Philippine Embassy started holding various activities and events for multicultural families, meaning Filipino multicultural families, to introduce the children to their Philippine heritage. So it was only when I visited, 2023, and then I was informed that, we only started having these activities, and I was able to observe some of these activities. Next slide. Okay, so I also got to interview former Assembly member Jasmine Lee when she returned to the Assembly in 2024. So she was there for only a few months. She's now chair of the Korea Cultural Diversity Organization. So she told me that there are during that interview that there were around 280 multicultural centers in South Korea. But she mentions that awareness is still lacking. So social awareness of multiculturalism is pretty much still lacking. She also mentioned that more benefits used to be given to female migrants. Of course, there are also male marriage migrants. But because of the function of female marriage migrants to reproduce the next generation of South Koreans, right? Also, this is also connected to the Korean family registration system, such as called the Hoju, which is based on a male-dominated headship system. With the abolishment of the family headship system, the Hoju system, and the shift of the registration of close families, then basically the nuclear family. So there was already a change in the treatment of marriage migrants, particularly the male marriage migrants, according to the I also asked her about aging marriage migrants, right? Which is aging migrants and minorities, which is, I think, very much under research, even in South Korea. So she mentioned that the South Korean government is now becoming aware of this issue, primarily because of Chosunjo, right? Chinese and Korean descent are actually demanding an immigrant silver town. So silver town means like an immigrant old town for migrants like them who are facing the realities of so this is just a photo of me with former 17. Next slide. Okay, so how do we see the future of older marriage migrants in South Korea? So South Korea is now considered a super aging society. Of course, Japan is very much ahead, and now South Korea is, also very much a super aging society. So along with the aging of its citizens, we also have the aging of ethnic minorities in South Korea. And when I talk about ethnic minorities, I also include here long-term migrants, including marriage migrants. According to me, the aging migrants and ethnic minorities are not yet part of government policy, and statistics and programs for them are still non-existent. However, according to the Migration Research and Training Center, aging migrants are beginning to be looked into by researchers working on migration. However, work on this is pretty much still at its earlier stages. So there are also reports that older migrants have difficulty finding jobs or face abuse due to their age. Most of these are actually ethnic Koreans from China, from Russia, the Korean, right, North Korean refugees, and then Korean returnees from overseas, and the first generation migrants. And when you talk about first generation migrants, many of them are actually marriage migrants. As most marriage migrants are naturalized Koreans, many of them decided to stay longer in Korea until retirement. So when for this part of my presentation, I turned to data I gathered from my interviews of marriage migrants, mostly Filipinos. So they talked about social and health services, the presence of their family, including their children and grandchildren, work and pension, and then better living conditions and safety concerns. There are those, however, who express their wish to retire in the Philippines and express their desire to be buried in their homeland. I wrote this because part of my research also looks at the end of life, right? How do you want to die? So because it's part of aging as well. So so Nancy, I won't read everything, but Nancy from Chongju, she said that her husband wants to spend his retirement years in the Philippines, but she just prefers to live a transnational existence, meaning moving back and forth, the Philippines and Korea. And then Luna from Namyangju also prefers to go back and forth South Korea in the Philippines, so she plans to open a business back in her hometown in the Philippines. So having a Korean citizenship allows this transnational back and forth, this transnational movement, this transnational existence for these marriage migrants. However, we also have to know that there are also marriage migrants who are not citizens, that they only hold spouse visas for many reasons. So you have reasons such as their husbands would not support their desire to become citizens, right? So they only have spouse visas. So of course, if you only have a spouse visa, you're pretty much in a vulnerable situation, right? Compared to if you have citizenship. So for these two people, these two women, they actually mentioned that they see themselves eventually returning to the Philippines. And then when I asked them, why didn't you take on Korean citizenship, they told me that their spouses did not encourage them. Okay. I also spoke with a Filipino missionary who has been living in South Korea for the past 30 years. And then she mentioned that many of these marriage migrants are actually divorced. And I actually encountered some of them who were divorced. With some of them not having South Korean citizenship, and they're only qualified for a dependent visa because they have Korean children. So some of them also expressed their wish to return to the Philippines upon retirement, but because they have not continued paying their SSS, right, Social Security benefits when they were in the Philippines. So they're also in a vulnerable situation. This is not only for Korea, this is also the same for a lot of aging migrants, aging migrant Filipinos who want to return, right, in their old age. So it's really a big problem. So it is apparent that many of these older Filipino marriage migrants in South Korea are in a precarious situation due to their legal status. Particularly those who are non-citizens, because they are excluded from the privileges that naturalized marriage migrants have. So I see this as illustrating the hierarchical realities within this particular category of migrants, as well as within multicultural families. So even within migrants, we always see we have these hierarchies. So even among marriage migrants, I actually saw this in during my fieldwork. Marriage migrants, despite being Korean citizens, may also face challenges, including discrimination, as most of them work or have worked in low-skilled sectors. So if you go back to the profiles of my informants, many of them work in companies. They say company, but it's actually a factory. They mentioned to me Hwesa, which is company in Korean, right? But it's actually factory work, so low skilled work. So they also face language and cultural challenges, as many of these earlier marriage migrants are not fluent in Korean. Now the Korean law has changed, especially if you want to naturalize, language proficiency is a must. But before it was much easier to naturalize if you're marriage migrants. If you're a marriage migrant. So the earlier marriage migrants, meaning the older ones, those who are in their 60s, late 50s, who I encountered are not really that fluent in Korean. So they also face language barriers. Other problems include isolation, limited social networks, as well as being dependent on their husband's income. So of course, I have not really encountered those who were isolated because they actually isolate themselves from the community. So, but this is also a reality that a lot of marriage migrants face, not only in South Korea but elsewhere in the world, like Japan. Yes. So to conclude, marriage migrants seem to be more privileged due to their reproductive role and also because of their citizenship, but they also face discrimination for not being ethnically Korean. Most of these women have acquired South Korean citizenship, but the ethno-nationalist nature of Korean citizenship belies their legal status as Koreans due to their ethnic background. They are both excluded and included within South Korea's multicultural policies. I have to note, former Representative Jasmine Lee was a marriage migrant. And she's now, of course, naturalized Korean, but she actually, in her interviews, she actually personally told me that she still experiences discrimination, despite the fact that she's actually serving the country, when she was a legislator. So as these women begin to face aging in their host societies, so this issue opens up new questions and considerations that will shape their lives and mobility aspirations in the future. So yeah, South Korea is acknowledging the need for more migrants and its awareness, and they are pretty much becoming aware of its increasing multiculturalism. Much of the policies tend to consider migrants still as temporary workers to mitigate the problems that come with an aging society. But the aging of migrants is not yet a pressing concern by the government. Nevertheless, multiculturalist policy should take into consideration various intersecting factors such as gender, ethnicity, race, and nationality that make some migrants more included than others in multicultural South Korea. So I'd like to acknowledge my funders, the Way Foundation and Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. Thank you very much for your attention.
Maraming salamat. Thank you, Dr. Zulueta, for that very interesting and intersectional approach in looking at our marriage migrants. I'd like to call Dr. Jang to come up on stage and take your seat. We will do this. We will do this just like a talk show. Hello. Yeah. Okay. We've had two very comprehensive and insightful presentations. We now open the floor for questions and comments on their interesting presentations. Anyone? Yes, please. Yeah.
Mark from
Mark.
Department of Linguistics. My question is for Dr. Zulueta. So I guess my number one question is, because currently one of the issues in Korean society is poverty among aged population. So I'm wondering, although given that the age of the migrant women in your study is not yet in that portion of the demographic, but is there an issue or is there a danger for these migrant women to experience the same thing? Or do they have, you mentioned that they're pretty much also concerned with issues like SSS and retirement. So did you pick up any information about some women that may be in that path, or are they basically safe from that fate?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, that's a very important question. Indeed, most of the women I am studying are still working, right, working age. But yes, I am thinking that because of, especially for those who are not citizens, right? I mentioned many are already divorced, so they might face the same problem in the near future, right? Especially because many of them are also, yeah, working those skilled jobs, and then, as I mentioned earlier, many are isolated. So, I'm thinking that they might also face the same problem. And if I compare it with my work in Japan, I also, yeah, there are also actually some women, older women, much older than the ones in Korea, who are actually facing these issues. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dr. Zulueta. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Hello, good morning. I'm Manny Manuel from the School of Business here in UP. This is a question to Dr. Zulueta, just basically trying to understand the context of your study in terms of why choose to look at the experience of married migrants in the rural and semi-rural vis-a-vis the more urbanized areas of Korea? Is it because there are a lot more married migrants in these particular areas compared to the urban areas? And I guess I'm just coming from the fact that I'm from the School of Business, and in terms of the ramifications perhaps that the urbanized areas in Korea might have different ways of looking at multiculturalism. Thank you.
Dr. Zulueta.
Thank you very much for your question. Well, yeah, I started this research looking at rural and semi-rural areas primarily because I started, well, this research is actually for comparative purposes, right? So I started looking at Japanese older Fijian migrants in rural and semi-rural areas. Why? Because it's very much under research. That's the reason, because most of the, especially coming from literature written in English, there's very few research done on, let's say, Japan's marriage migrants in the rural areas, especially Beijing. So I wanted to address that. Also, and so that's why when I looked at Korea, I told myself, okay, I also have to focus on rural areas. At the same time, we also have to note that because the marriage migration actually was used as stopgap measure, right? Stopgap measure to address the problem of men in rural areas, right? Not having, wives, both in Japan and South Korea. So that's why you have many in rural areas. And also, it's really interesting to look at rural and semi-rural areas because, especially in South Korea, how they look at multiculturalism, right? And in fact, I think a lot of people in rural areas are more aware of the migrants in their midst, right? Because of the presence of marriage migrants probably compared to the metropolitan areas. And also, if I also refer to what Jasmine Lee said, Sheila told me, well, probably the rural areas are more open to multiculturalism, right? So I still have to investigate that. But that's how I saw it based on research. But of course, I also have to look at the southern provinces because I haven't really looked into the southern provinces of the peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, multiculturalism is still work in progress, no, in South Korea. I have a question for Dr. Yang, no? When was the South Korean comfort woman Soo or something came out in the early 90s, I think months after that the Filipino comfort woman also emerged. And was known to the public. It garnered a lot of media attention, but unlike Korea, we did not produce literature surrounding this phenomenon. We also are not very much antagonistic towards Japan. I mean, I did not see that. Now I did not see that in my father's generation who was in the Death March, no? So my question is, when you pour into, I know you're just starting with your search for testimonies among Filipino comfort women, to what extent do you think will this be different in the Philippine case?
Thank you for your question. Actually, Korea is not a better place, and Philippines is a better place. So the victim is different cases and various cases. Korean comfort women's sent to the lot of better places by military, Japanese military. So they came to the Philippines also. They testimony where they were during the wartime. So their testimony says always I go back. I want to go back my hometown or my house, my home, or I want to meet my mom, like that. But I but Philippines is better place, and a lot of Philippine comfort women's victim their village, their village or next village, like that. So they lived with comfort women station nearby. So it was very sad thing, I thought. Yes.
Yeah, one follow-up question is that in the Philippines, I'm sure it is also the case in South Korea, women's groups have been very instrumental in visibilizing the plight of comfort women. About I think 10 years ago, women's groups were able to elevate the situation of Filipino comfort women to the international level by way of submitting a petition to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women Optional Protocol. We won. However, I was informed yesterday by attorney Hazel Paco, a former student as well, who said that indeed the CIDO mandated the Philippine government to pay reparations. So we gave up on the Japanese petition because the Japanese will always say that they've already given us their war reparations. They also gave us by way of development assistance a building. In somewhere in the south. So my question is, however, what happened was that the Philippine government gives this sort of reparation grant to our comfort women by way of existing government grants to senior citizens. Because anyway, they're all very few. They're also senior citizens, which is, I think, an injustice. No, so my question is whether Korean civil society groups will also follow this track, or is this something that the government will not do, or civil society groups will not do? You will still focus on Japan?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Korean movement groups make the suit against the government. They don't do anything diplomatic things with the Japanese Japan for the comfort dreaming victims. So we won. But that and after that, eh, we won. And in the domestic trials, there was a case with one Japan government is crime that case there is a that case is exists.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that case is used by a lot of international lawyers use now that case. Example of actually another country government can't dependent in the trial, but that this case change going to the change the international law.
Okay.
The victim of human against the humanity.
Yeah, the ICC, yeah, crimes against humanity,
Yeah.
yeah.
At that time, the government can be dependent like that. It goes on to change international law.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think the women's rights groups are quite successful in changing international law by way of including rape as a crime against humanity. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Yang. Any more questions from the participants? Yeah, I have a question also for Dr. Zulueta. I think your research is very important, precisely because I think it's one of the first, no, among aging rich migrants. I am interested because you mentioned about retirement, because in the Philippines the reintegration program is really focused on labor migrants, not so much focused on marriage migrants, because assumption is that marriage migrants will not go back, will not return. They're just so happy in their host societies with their foreign husbands, so that they will not even go back to the Philippines, which is quite not the case in some of our marriage migrants, no? So my question is, to what extent do you think, because there is a memorandum of agreement between Korea and the Philippines, the memorandum of agreement should be amended? Yeah, so that's my question. If it can be amended at all, no? And the second question is, you mentioned about multiculturalism as not really a good type of multiculturalism. So my question is, are the Korean husbands included in these multiculturalism projects? Are they also trained to appreciate Filipino culture, for instance?
Okay, thank you for that question. So, for multiculturalism, right? So, are the Korean husbands trained to appreciate Philippine culture? So, yeah, I think it is lacking based on my data, right? But there are also, of course, people who who know actually Tagalog, or who know the language, or try to know the language. So it is still, I think, very much one-sided, right? So there a lot needs to be improved on. Okay, so it's also based on the data that I have at the moment. And then retirement and reintegration in the Philippines.
So basically, if they plan to retire, right? So yeah, we have to note that a lot of them, that many of these marriage migrants, whether in the Philippines or Japan and elsewhere, I think some of them also plan to retire, right? Basically, it depends on, whether they see themselves living, let's say in their host country or planning eventually to retire. So yeah, in fact, the retirement and integration in the Philippines is actually for labor migrants, which is actually, you actually need to think revise or, maybe have CFO to have more programs for these returning aging migrants. And in fact, I think I also mentioned a critique in one of my previous articles about aging and returns. So yeah, so it needs to be looked into again.
So, yeah, we still have 10 more minutes, no? Anyone who wants to comment or ask questions to two of our fascinating presenters? Yes, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Marty. I am from the Ateneo de Manila University and Meriden International College. I'm very fascinated by both presentations, so anyone can answer. I noticed that, or what interests me in particular about both presentations is that there's clearly a lot of ways to go in terms of policy and kind of understanding the treatment of or support towards comfort women, migrants, aging migrants in the Korean context. So what's like for instance, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, I'm nervous. um, I think what's interesting to me as well is that um, there are movement groups, there is an awareness now, especially in recent years towards um certain levels of oppression, I suppose. Especially given the context in history and in terms of policies not being particularly in favor of um the stakeholders of people involved. Like um what was mentioned about the policies of multiculturalism or multicultural families, it's very one-sided. That's very apparent. And even when we look at the state of movements with comfort women, there is pretty much it's also one-sided in terms of government action and diplomacy, where things are very there's a non-apology for these things existing, right? So I suppose my question is how do you think we can go beyond um, a level of awareness towards these things, and also how do you think we can go beyond or how can we how can we go beyond, or is it possible to combat um, the challenges that we're facing towards progressing? I don't know if that question makes sense. It's like, how do we progress past these difficulties in policy and making things less one-sided as far as the state of the treatment of our women goes?
Yes, thank you, thank you. So, how do we balance, how do we make up for the treatment of our women? Yeah, Dr. Yao, would you like to respond first?
So thank you for the comment and question. Uh, and the how to continue the movement for
Yeah.
okay. In the white chrysanthemum, there was a uh, there was a script like this. Uh, Two women talk to over. One woman say, uh, we are forgetting the next generation like that. At that time, the other one say, no, we stay and everyone remember, we can exist. And we can more and more exist, continue to exist. She said, that is the answer I thought. So we share the readings, testimonies, and not the reading. We can make another writings and novels and songs like that. There are a lot of songs made by young generations related to comfort dreaming. So we can make we can work and exist, continue to exist histories. So we have a power. So we have to uh, we have to think we have a power and
So we have the power to continue making memories, no, by way of literature and songs. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Zulueta.
Okay, so your question was how can we go beyond the level of awareness? Face the challenges because these are things that are pretty much one-sided, right? And when we talk about policies. Well, I think we need more women to decide, right? I mean, of course, if we're talking about migrants, we're talking about aging migrants. I mean, when I talk about gender, it's not only a demographic variable, right? But when you talk about, okay, women migrants, we talk about them because they're women, right? They're different from men. But I think we also have to look at gender as a discourse, right? And we talk about gender, it's not only women because we also have the LGBT, we have the queer Q, right? And then we also have to note that gender is a site of power. So even if you have women lawmakers, right? You have to note that they also come, they also have privilege, right? They're coming from a position of privilege, and you're talking about migrants who are pretty much, especially, right? If you look at Southeast Asian migrants, for example, in Northeast Asia, like Korea and Japan, and how hierarchies are very much, very much seen, right? When you look at these migrants. So yeah, gender is very much, it's a discourse. It's also a site of, power imbalances, but it can also be empowering.
Oh, wow. So I think we have to give our two panelists a big round of applause. I think memory, awareness, moving on and trying to make a difference is something that we remember from this panel. And gender is in fact a very very good area to compare Korea and the Philippines. Salamat, kamsahamnida. I think we deserve a lunch. So we have lunch. Oh, we have a
Let us just open the certificates for everyone. I will just read one for you. So the certificate of appreciation goes to our two panel speakers for being a presenter of the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium with their presentation. Thank you so much. Given today, 8th of May 2026 at the Pilar Herrera Lecture Hall, University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City. And another certificate goes to Dr. Jean Franco for moderating the session. 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
Three, two, one. Yeah, three, two, one.
Thank you. So we have packed lunch outside, and today's menu is halal chicken, as an ASEAN chair. Yeah, so please join, everyone, please join lunch and please enjoy lunch. And we also have poster presentation outside, which are made by our undergraduate students who take KS 101 course. So if you meet our students, please also encourage them and please interact with them so they can also learn from everyone. 감사합니다. Please come back by 1
Can you try your audio?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
not simply economic growth, but then again in understanding this problem. I argue that the internal colonization of regions is the core problem. However, this did not view colonization simply as an overseas colonial issue. He argued that hierarchical spatial relations between center and peripheral within the nation state could also appear as colonization. Korean industrialization can likewise be understood as a process of internal colonization. The Seoul metropolitan area became the center of politics, capital, and culture, while the region were organized as industrial base responsible for labor and production. In other words, industrial cities were organized as prepare space for national development. I also believe the Faber's concept of the right to the city is important. Faber's right to the city does not simply mean the right to live in a city. He asked for whom the city is organized. For instance, the city is a space of life. But for the state and capital, the city is organized around productivity and exchange value. I believe the industrial city of Gyeonggi is an example where this conflict became highly visible. First, let me briefly explain the historical background. In the 1960s and 1970s, the Park Geun-hye government promoted rapid state-led industrialization. In particular, the first comprehensive national land development plan was not simply an economic policy, but a project to reorganize the country's national territory around industry. The state assigned specific industries to specific regions, and labor and population also began moving nationwide. Thus, industrialization was not merely a process of economic growth, but also a process through which the state organized pace and population. This was a popular television drama at the time. It tells the story of an elder couple whose children marry and move to different regions across Korea, and the couple then travel nationwide to visit them. As they visit each region, an elderly couple marvels at the industrial development and say the country has become prosperous. It was extremely popular at the time. According to first comprehensive national territorial development plan, which was registered in 1963 and implemented beginning in 1972, the regions of Korea were divided in this way. The pink area in the upper left, Seoul and the metropolitan area became the center. The yellow region, Changwon area, supplied resources. The red and green central region, Chungcheong area, and the blue and purple southwestern region, Jeolla area were assigned agriculture. The orange and pink southeastern region, Gyeongsang area were assigned industry. Korea's regional structure was largely determined at this moment has continued until today. These are images of workers during the period of industrialization. The three photographs below show female factory workers employed in light industry during the 1970s. The photographs above show workers they shipbuilding in Korea during the 1980s. Today's presentation particularly examines documents produced by local at Daewoo Shipbuilding and local residents of Korea during the 1980s. Why the industrial city of Korea? Korea is a representative case that experienced extremely rapid industrial transformation. Before industrialization, most residents of Korea worked in agriculture and fishing. However, after shipyard construction began in the 1970s and full-scale operations started in the 1980s, Korea was rapidly transformed into a heavy industrial city. Workers migrated from all over the country and existing residents were suddenly pushed into a position of indigenous residents. The photograph in the upper left shows the area become before the shipyard was built. The photograph in the upper right shows the same location after the shipyard was constructed. The photograph below shows company apartment complex built during the 1970s and 1980s. At the time, these apartments were considered quite modern and desirable. Nearly 100 apartment buildings like these were constructed around the shipbuilding. Heavy industry required a large amount of skilled labor. The state and operations constructed workers' housing complex and family system in order to reproduce labor power in a stable way. Large-scale company apartments, hospitals, schools, and kindergarten were built around the shipyard. Children born to shipyard workers were born in shipyard hospital, attended shipyard school, and later became shipyard workers themselves. The industrial city became not simply a factory, but a system that continuously reproduced labor power. In 1987, shipyard workers launched great labor struggle. Capitalists threatened that if the struggle continued, they would close the shipyard and turn it into an aquarium. Indigenous residents had already lost their farmland and fishing ground. If the shipyard closed and the workers left, they believed that they would be forced to remain in a devastated restaurant. This is why they wrote this document in 1989. We are the indigenous people who buried our ancestors born in this land long before your workers arrived, and who will bury our children born here long after you have left. The shipyard destroyed my hometown. As the workers came, we were pushed out. We went from being poor but happy fishermen to day laborers wandering around the shipyard. We are displaced people living in our homeland. Are you the ones who will be buried here? The rural villages once centered on agriculture and fishing was suddenly transformed into an industrial city centered around the shipbuilding. A gigantic shipyard was constructed and nearly 100 apartment buildings were built. Workers arrived for employment and formed families. Commercial districts for workers' families also emerged. However, for local residents, industrialization was a process through which a foundation of their lives were taken away. They lost their land and sea and felt that they were no longer the true subject of the region. This is why they began calling themselves displaced people living in the homeland. Generally, displacement refers to physical movement. However, the residents of Goje did not leave the region. Nevertheless, the world in which they had lived collapsed around them. Thus, displacement here does not simply mean movement, but the experience of being dispossessed of sovereignty over one's own life. Local residents asked migrant workers, "Are you the one who will bury your bones here?" In other words, if the company collapsed, worker and capital could leave, but the local residents would remain and undo the devastated region. Industrial conflicts ultimately escalate into the dispute over regional rights and populations. Then what about the workers? This is the scene at the Ocean Building during the 1987 workers' strike. I'm starting to death, fight for living wage. And the labor met with Kim Woo-jung, the chairman of their group, and said this, "Boss, we are eating dog food." In response, workers presented a different narrative. Labor unions argued that workers have also settled their lives in Goje. They emphasized that their children had grown up there and that workers' everyday lives sustained at the local economy. Most importantly, workers insisted that unlike capital, they could not simply abandon the region. Thus, workers redefined themselves as the true partner of the local community. The state and corporations actively appropriated the anxieties of local residents. They argued that labor conflict threatened the survival of the entire region. As a result, labor management harmony and industry peace were presented as a moral obligations necessary to save the community. Local governments even mobilized residents to pressure labor union. The important point here is that the subject of the right to city were not singular. Indigenous residents claimed right to the region, while workers also claimed themselves to be the true members of the community. Those different groups within the industrial city asserted competing forms of the right to the city. The structure was not unique in Goje. Other industrial cities such as Ulsan, Changwon, Masan, and Yongin, Pusan experienced similar ways. Industrialization came to be narrated as the new beginning of regional history, while earlier ways of life and memories were marginalized or erased. Today, The discourse of regional extinction has become extremely prominent in Korea. However, this discourse failed to sufficiently explain how region was reorganized around industry. Therefore, regional decline should not simply be understood as an economic issue, but as the long-term result of accumulated internal colonization and spatial inequality. In conclusion, the industrialization of Korea was not simply a matter of economic growth. It was a political process concerning the questions. Who is the true subject of this region and who gets to bury their bones here? These issues continue to reappear today with contemporary discussions of regional extinction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting paper, Dr. Shin. Talked about how the process of industrialization transforms regions, not just on the economic aspect, but how it greatly affects the lives of community members and how it became a place where there's tension between those who originally lived in the community and the people who migrated there for the industries. Really a very interesting take on that. For the second paper, let us all welcome Vaishnavi Singh, a researcher with a background in Korean studies and history from the Chulalongkorn University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vaishnavi Singh, and I'm from Chulalongkorn University. And today I'm presenting my research on environmental and social factors of dolmen placement with a comparative focus on Korea and India. I hope you like my research, so I'll be starting my presentation. The very first question is, what is the dolmen? Exactly. So the dolmens are megalithic stone structures mainly used for the burial purposes in ancient time. So they are found across many parts of the world. That includes Europe, Korea, India, and other parts as well. So although they may look very simple stone structure, but their placement in the particular landscape is definitely not random. So instead, it reflects very important cultural and environmental and social decisions made by ancient communities, and their placement is definitely is not random. They were very strategical and also very important. So I will not be talking about the significance of these dolmens or the size or the structure or how they were built, but I'll be talking about the placement in the particular landscape in these two regions. So the aim of this study is to compare dolmen placement in two regions. The very first is Gangpa Island in Korea and the Kerala state in India. So I'll be talking about these two different social and geographical identities. And the main question I'm going to explore is, why were dolmens built in these specific locations and what patterns can be identified across these two regions, just by understanding the placement of these dolmens. So as for the methodology, this research uses a comparative landscape archaeological approach. It is based on existing archaeological reports, UNESCO data, and the published studies. So I focus on these three main variables. The very first is topography, which includes the elevation and the slopes. And the second one is visibility, meaning how prominent these monuments are in this landscape. And the third one is the movement routes, such as trade paths, river system, maritime trade routes, etc. The very first region I'm talking about, the Gangha Island in Korea. So in Korea, particularly on Gangha Island, dolmens dates to the Bronze Age. So Korea has one of the largest concentration, the largest number of dolmens in the world. And these monuments are typically found in the mountain slopes and are often associated with elite burials. So this suggests a very strong connection between the dolmen construction and social hierarchy. As we know, in the past, in the ancient Korea, there was social hierarchy system present, and these structure definitely are connected with social hierarchy system. So the other region I'm talking about in Kerala, that's a big state, but so I'll be talking about the particular region that's called Marayur, where we found dolmens. So the dolmen belong to this region is actually aged to Iron Age, to the early historic period. So in Korea, we have seen that these are belong to Bronze Age, but in Kerala, in Marayur region, these are belong to Iron Age, the early historic period. So they are commonly found in the hilltops and the rocky outcrops. So in Korea, it was in mountain slopes, but in here, it is on the hilltops or in the rocky terrains. So the society here was largely based on agro-pastoral, or we can say on the agriculture or in animal herding. And we see, as a comparison of Korea, the society is less centralized, but still it shows the sign of social structure and the sign of hierarchy somewhere. So that's also we are going to talk about. So to understand this, we can first understand the topographic patterns. So one of the most important findings in these both regions, the dolmens are placed on elevated terrains. So in Korea, they are located on mountain slopes, and while in Kerala, they are found on the hilltops or the plateaus. So these locations are elevated but still accessible, which suggests a very deliberate, a very intelligent choice to separate the space of the dead and the people they were living. So the living space and the space for the dead burials were definitely they made a choice to differentiate it. So it was still accessible, but of course it was far from the living space of the people. The next factor we can understand is the proximity of the water. So another key pattern is proximity. In Korea, like dolmens are located near Han River and the coastal areas, while in Kerala, they are very closely associated with the Pamba River system. So water was very essential for survival and agriculture in ancient time, as we know, but it also had the symbolic meanings, and that often represented life, transitions, and the boundaries. So the proximity of water also is very important to placement of these dolmens in these particular regions. Another factor of this placement is the visibility. So the dolmens are clearly built to be seen by the people. So this placement on these elevated terrains make them highly visible. So if you place the structure on the elevated height on terrains, so that definitely it will be seen very easily from the surrounding areas. In Korea, even some dolmens in you can see from the sea part, from sea, where in Kerala they very stand out from the hilltops. So this visibility likely serve to be express power, to express identity, and of course the territorial control. So if you want to make a boundary or represent a territory for the status, so definitely they with the burial they make this dolmen to represent their territory, the control on that territory. So the dolmens, they were also marker for the travelers. So if you were going to a particular route and people are traveling through that route, so and the dolmen easily can be acted as a markers for the boundary, for the control of a particular territory. So the visibility was one of the very important factor of the placement of these dolmens in both regions. Of course, we can also understand the social meaning as well with this placement of these huge structures. So in Korea, dolmens are strongly associated with the elite periods. So that indicates the social hierarchy system. So for the when a particular elite were dead, so on the dead they make this structure to represent the eliteness of those people. And in Kerala, the society appears more agro-pastoral, more on agriculture, less centralized, but it still somewhere shows the social differentiation. So in both cases, dolmen function as a marker of social identity, memory, and the status. So if we do a comparative analysis, what is interesting is that despite of these geographical and cultural differences, both regions shows very similar placement patterns. This suggests that different society independently can develop similar ways of interacting with their landscape when they're constructing monuments. So we have seen that both regions have the slopes, both regions have the hills and the mountains, and they're making on the terrains. And the way of interacting on this landscape by making this structure in a similar way can be is a sign of how the people actually in the different society, in the different geographical entities, is can be very similar in the social belief and in the different in different kind of perspective of for their burials or for their social patterns. What are the key findings with this research? To summarize, the dolmens in both regions are places placed on elevated terrains. They're both located near water systems, very highly visible in the landscape, highly visible to the people, to the travelers, and connected to the movement routes, to the particular routes. And of course, this shows that they were not just the burial site, they were not just a simple stone structure, but very important for the social and territorial markers. As for the conclusion, this research shows that the dolmen placement reflects both environmental adaptation and social organization, despite being both despite being different in regions from different time periods. Korea and Kerala demonstrate shared spatial logic in how they were used in landscape for ritual and for their memory. As for the future research, of course, GIS and LiDAR analysis will be really helpful to understand more about these dolmens and these stone structure, the visibility studies, and of course, the more excavation in Kerala region. Of course, there are still many sites that can be studied, that can be excavated in archaeological research, and can have more evidences about the more significance about these social structures. And of course, the comparative global study, because these stone structure, these dolmens are not just limited to India and Korea. Of course, in other parts of the world like Europe and other regions, we found very similar dolmen structure. So this was so vast in that ancient time. So of course, the comparative global study would be really helpful to understand more about these the role of the dolmens in ancient society with different global perspectives. With this, I have concluded my presentation, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for your listening my presentation. I hope you would like it, and I would be really happy to answer any questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Singh, for that wonderful presentation and introducing us to dolmens and how these megaliths are symbolic but also very functional in both geographic areas. For the last paper in this session, I would like to call on Irvin Grana, an instructor of the Department of Sociology, and Joaquin Carlos Ochoa, a graduate student of the Department of History, both from the University of the Philippines, Diliman.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. 안녕하세요. So today we are going to be presenting our research. It's currently ongoing. We have completed data gathering. The title of our research is a comparative intellectual history of urbanization with the works of Ferdinand Marcos and Pak Chong-hee, 1961 to 1986. So we situate our research, next slide please, within the limited scholarly works that examine the Pak and Marcos dictatorships from the comparative historical lens. So these works examine, broadly speaking, the divergent political and economic pathways of both countries during this period. So these works examine issues of corruption and economic development, and common explanations behind these divergent political and economic pathways concern firstly foreign intervention, particularly the intervention of the United States, state-society relations. So here we're referring particularly to the work by David Kang titled Global Capitalism, Corruption and Development in South Korea and the Philippines. And another explanation lies on the personal backgrounds of both Park and Marcos, as exemplified in the work by Paul Hotchcroft. What is left underexplored are the ways in which both dictators themselves thought about the development process. Specifically, what is left underexplored, the next slide please, are the specific ideological arguments and assumptions that they both deployed to justify their political and development projects. So, to further specify the scope of our research, instead of conducting research about the development process, broadly speaking, what we decided to focus on is specifically urbanization, the development of cities, the function of class relations in the process of urbanization. And we wanted to ask specifically, what did both Marcos and Park think about cities in the role of their political projects? So to start this off, we're going to talk about urbanization in the Philippines and in South Korea more broadly.
So in the aftermath of the Second World War, Manila and its surrounding suburbs, what we would now call the NCR, National Capital Region, or Metro Manila region today, were severely devastated by the intense fighting between the Japanese forces and the American and Filipino forces in the closing months of the Second World War. The government of Rojas, the first elected president of the Third Republic, understandably wanted to restore Manila and its suburbs to their quote-unquote pre-war glory as quickly as possible. But considering the scale of the destruction that the war brought to the country, they found that there weren't enough unskilled laborers, workers to handle the lion's share of the reconstruction required. This is why they sent out a call to the impoverished in the provinces, which were also equally, if not even more devastated than the cities, to come to Metro Manila, basically, and to help with the rebuilding process as unskilled labor. Of course, the government of Rojas did not have the funds to provide proper housing for these unskilled laborers, so they were forced to build what they thought were temporary residences across the highway or within one commute of the areas that they restored. And they were effectively the first large-scale group of squatters in Metro Manila. And for this problem of the squatter problem that started with them in the late 1940s, unfortunately intensified as the 40s became the 50s, the 50s became the 60s, and the 60s became the 70s. Writing with the benefit of hindsight, in 1995, Jack Arndt claimed that the failure of import substitution industrialization in the provinces spurred even more of these poor farmers to try their luck in the cities, regardless of the lack of proper housing for them. Writing closer to the time of the study, Ainsworth even claimed that their wages in the provinces were so low that even the very low wages that they had as squatters in the cities were much better. And because of this, because of the fact that they accepted the very low wages in the cities, they apparently led to the wages of every other resident in the city, even those that weren't squatters, decreasing. Ginsberg even went as far as claiming in what I believe is a very pro-Marcos narrative moment that they contributed immensely to the political instability in the Metro Manila region. He also claimed that in 1956, what were once 98,000 individuals living as squatters had by 1984 reached roughly 1,645,000 people. And he claimed that this was a very bad look for Metro Manila because he claimed that that was roughly 25% of the population of the entire Metro Manila region. Naturally, because of this problem, Marcos's government wanted to solve the squatter problem. They, in the 1970s, wanted to focus on a policy of relocation, as Karaos pointed out. But as with the rest of the US aligned governments in the 1970s, they had to listen to the directives of the World Bank, which was handling virtually all of the development aid that the country was receiving and that he and his cronies were spending. And the World Bank also favored a different policy, which was slum trading.
Yeah, so very quickly, we want to just point out that there are lots of broad similarities between the urbanization process that happened in the Philippines and in South Korea. So firstly, for the Korean War, Korea was largely an agrarian country, but this began to change in South Korea when they began to develop a strong industrial base in the years 1962 until 1971 and became an export-driven economy from 1972 to 1981. This also foresaw the rapid growth of Seoul's population. In 1961, the population of Seoul was only 2.5 million, but it grew to 8 million by 1979. Another important note, another thing to discuss importantly is the particular movement that was led by Soohee. It was the Semawal Undok movement. It was really a movement that sought to drive development in rural areas. It was really that was see the movement of people towards places like Seoul. So these are our research questions. Essentially, you want to understand how did Ferdinand Marcos and Soohee see the role of cities in their visions of national development? What did they think about urbanization? What did they think of the middle class? What did they think of the urban poor? And how did they articulate class relations in urban areas? Was there a continuity between the ideologies they articulated and the policies or laws that they implemented? How did they also think about Marxism in general? Because both Pak and Marcos were staunch anti-communists. And how did they also think about the United States? So for our methodology, we basically made use of archival research. We studied laws, particularly executive orders, technical reports that involve the writing of both Marcos and Pak, their speeches, books, and literary works. So these were the sources which we made use of in relation to Marcos, and this is the sources we use in relation to Soohee. So we will just briefly discuss our findings because our findings are initial yet.
Next slide, please. So regarding the Philippines side, what we found was that Marcos had this intense, I would say even pathological drive to emphasize just how new his so-called new society was. Specifically, he was claiming, in essence, that compared to the oligarch-driven, chaos of planning in the Third Republic, he went as far as him and his executive secretary Alejandro even went as far as to claim that the Third Republic had no capacity for long-term planning when it came not just to housing for the poor, but even apparently for how to turn the country into an export economy, how to improve education, all of the things that he claimed a proper government should be capable of doing for its citizenry. Which is why he emphasized that there was this need for the new society to better rein in what he claimed were the evil private interests that the oligarchs of the Third Republic essentially indulged. Of course, when he said the term rein in, he merely meant, as we all know, give extensive contracts to his friends in the private sector, which is why he went as far as to reaffirm his commitment to anti-communist ideas. We want to regulate but not to abolish private wealth and property, possibly his clearest declaration of anti-communist belief. He doesn't want regulation to be stringent. He says that private capital has propelled man's advances in most areas of endeavor. He wrote this in his book, which some scholars believe he actually had ghostwritten in 1974, The Democratic Revolution. And as we can see in this excerpt from his Presidential Decree 757, 1975, where he declared the founding of the National Housing Administration, he effectively just copied what he wrote down in the previous year. So he basically justified his founding of the NHA using his anti-communist rhetoric from the previous year. Next slide, please. Despite this, he was also very much, how do I phrase this? He was very much proud, he was very much insistent that his government, his administration and the new society they were shepherding they were definitely not going to let these nebulous evil private interests, which the oligarchs of the Third Republic had allowed to operate unchecked, do their jobs, but continue being corrupt. That's what he claimed. That's why he even went as far as to say in Presidential Decree 953 in 1976, something as simple as what the contractors of the NHA were, how many trees they were allowed to cut down, how many trees they were supposed to replant when it came to the ones that they were allowed to cut down. So he was still very much emphasizing that despite what he said in the previous year, his government, his new society administration had control over what the private interests were going to do with regards to the housing situation for the poor in the country. Next slide, please. Essentially, by 1979, he was very self-congratulatory with what he claimed his initiatives, his new society, and their better control of the oligarchs, of the private oligarchs in the country were, which is why he allowed himself to be quoted in this book by the National Housing Administration in 1979 that he claimed they had already learned lessons that no settlement can survive without jobs for the new settlers or some other source of income, especially to squatters, the unskilled laborers, and those who are habituated to work for a living. They must be trained to earn and work, with the implication, of course, that his government was providing them sufficient opportunities to earn, to train, to be able to earn and to work. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Irvin and Joaquin. Please sit down there for the open forum. So we also would like to call Dr. Shin and Vaishnavi Singh to join us online. Anyone who would like to ask a question for any of our presenters? Okay, while you were thinking about your question, maybe I could start. I am very curious about the presentation of Ms. Singh on dolmens, since I have an anthropology background. Since Ms. Singh, since you were talking about a lot of similarities, right, between the dolmens found in Korea and in Kerala, despite the the distance between the two. You found a lot of similarities in terms of
For example, its location, nearness to water, its visibility. So I'm curious about whether you found a difference in the two while you were researching about the dolmens. Is there a significant difference that you saw between the dolmens in the different locations?
I actually couldn't hear your question properly. Can you repeat that like in a little higher voice?
Okay,
The
yeah.
voice is really low.
Yeah, so sorry. I was wondering if there is any difference. What is different that you saw between the dolmens in Korea and Kerala? If you found any difference in them.
The you talking about resonance?
Difference. Like
The
there are
difference.
a lot of similarities, right?
Difference.
So yeah.
Differences. Yes, of course, of course. Okay, so when I talk about so I did not explain about the structure or the size kind of things, the other aspects of the dolmens in my presentation. It was on this about the placement structure. But of course, yes, if we talk about the structure in Kerala and in Korea, we found differences because in Korea, in the particularly that Ganghwa region, we have a lot of dolmens, a high number of dolmens, depend on comparison to Gochang or Hwasun region in Korea. So we have high numbers, and but we also see the differences in size. In Korea, the dolmen structure we see with the high in the length or in the structure size. But in Kerala, we find because in Kerala that Kerala is a state and they have different social diversity, social groups, and social beliefs. But in Korea, the beliefs were different because the Korea were unified. They have similar same belief system. So the structure of the dolmens also depend on their social belief. In Kerala, they have different groups, different social groups. They have different kind of dolmen structure, different maybe size, different styles. But in Korea, we see the table type of structure. But in Korea, in Kerala, we have other kinds of dolmens as well. So that clearly shows the difference in the social beliefs, social groups, and of course, the other factors are also there. Yeah.
Thank you. It's very interesting. Any yes. Okay, I will ask another question. This time for Dr. Shin. Um, so you were saying that a lot of young people from the regions are moving to Seoul, right? Do you think it is because they are actually in their heads, they're feeling that they are being displaced. That's why from their regions, because of all this industrialization that's happened, or is it other factors also involved in this movement from regions to Seoul?
Thank you very much. Uh, but I can speak English well. Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh,
Okay, do you want me to ask the question again? Okay. So I towards the end of your presentation, you said that a lot of young people are moving to Seoul. right? From migrating from their original regions. And since you talked about one more, Dr. Shin, can you hear us? Do you want to type the question? We will type the question. While we are typing that question, does anybody have a question to ask for any of our speakers today? Ah, yes, Dr. Q Minbei.
I will ask Irvin and Joaquin. I think since the study is ongoing, maybe you can share what you see in the end of this study, and what is your argument or your observation, what failed in the Philippines and what is still failing. Because when it comes to public housing, I don't know how the concrete policy or concrete national planning is really working. Because if we compare the 70s policy and planning, the current socioeconomic context has changed drastically in both countries, right? So if not if something failed and then something is still failing, so how do you see this like past and present connection, and then what is your observation for the future?
So, um, hello. 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 Okay, okay. Okay. So, first thing I would like to note, we've sort of changed the focus of our research. So instead of just simply focusing on policy itself, we want to look at how both Marcos and Park were thinking about urbanization at that time, and what were the specific differences in terms of ideology. So, one thing that we expect to read about a lot, because Marcos writes a lot about writes a lot about this in his works also, Soohee, is of course the role of Marxism and communism, because they were staunch anti-communists. So one of the things we're expecting to I guess read about in um our analysis of these texts is how they were criticizing Marxism in particular, and what types of Marxisms were they particularly criticizing. So that's one thing which we expect to find. As for why the Philippine case failed and why the South Korean case succeeded, I think this is something which a lot of scholarly works already
discuss. So we were trying to find a new potential way to introduce our contribution to the literature. We decided therefore to look into the things which they wrote themselves and the things which they were talking about in public. So hence the reason why the presentation might not necessarily match the abstract which you see in the leaflets. Yeah, if I may add to that, for all of the known effects of Marcos and his friends, wonderful and well-advised policies have on the Philippine economy, the Philippine political scene, and yeah, the Philippines in general, there's not that many, there hasn't been that much scholarly sifting through what he personally wrote, through his most, what we would assume is his most sincere expressions of thought regarding the problems or the problems faced by the country when he took power. So, as Irvin said, we decided that that would be our contribution to the literature. We want to see, just compare, we wanted to analyze how he compared himself and the administration of his friends and his followers to the political system that they inherited from the Third Republic, which, as we know, was itself wrapped with inequality and corruption as well. And yeah, regarding what failed, as I alluded to in our presentation, I just want to say that for all of his proud pronouncements of rooting out the control of the oligarchs, of the evil oligarchs of the Third Republic, Marcos really did not achieve what he claimed he wanted or was going to achieve. He was very much celebrating before he actually won anything concrete, basically.
Sige. We have an answer from.
나와 있다.
아, 여기. 선생님 들리시나요?
네네네. 지금
예.
하면 될까요?
네네.
죄송합니다. Sorry. Thank you very much. There is no many jobs in region. There are no many jobs in region outside of manufacturing, such as cultural industry. And young people want to have a cultural industry, and they move to Seoul. They move to Seoul, and there are more opportunity and more gender equal culture. However, because the cost of living in Seoul is high, it's different for young workers from the region to settle down and make a living there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for answering my question. Okay, so I think that's all. Do we have time for one last question? Ihahabol po. Okay, sige.
Hello, good afternoon, I'm Sarah Raimundo from PCMC. For the Marcos study, I'd just like to know po if there are any differences between the two kasi parang kanina the initial findings are more on the similarities. Are there any results that surprised you na despite the similarities between these two dictators, may pagkakaiba pa rin with regards to like let's say how they present themselves or how they enact on their policies, and aside from any differences that surprised you in your findings, do you also plan to like check POVs ng other stakeholders, like, for example, narratives from the victims, survivors of the dictatorship, or like yung mga other people around them aside from their personal, narration about their administrations.
I love it. Thank you for the question. Again, we have to do a bit more reading of the text. But for the second part of your question, we'll definitely go through some archival material. Visit. But there's some archives which we're going to visit to check victim narratives. But secondly, just from what we've already conducted, there are some differences. And I think this builds neatly on the first presentation which we heard, particularly with regards to the issue of relocation. Because here in at least during the time of Marcos, the primary way by which urban poor populations, informants and their families were dealt with was through relocation to peri-urban sites. And that's really when things began to start. And I think things were different in the context of South Korea, given the massive socialized housing projects that were constructed during that time. So I hope that addresses your question.
And the first part of your question regarding that, I guess the main difference we found was that Park Chung-hee and his administration, they somehow managed to assert a closer level of control amongst the various other interests, the various other elites in Korean society, which is why the developmental state that he was trying to push more or less succeeded, if we can call it that, regardless of the oppression enacted upon the workers, which was seen in the first presentation. In contrast, Marcos definitely did not succeed in his intended goals, which is sad because his intended goals, as we know, we're nowhere near the scale of what Park was trying to achieve, because Park, as we can see, they really designated areas of commerce growth, of heavy industry growth, of tourism growth. And from what we researched, Marcos's urban poor relocation policies were probation yung work. But he really just thought it was going to sort itself out if he moved the urban poor out of what became Metro Manila, which is, that is a big difference. Okay.
Okay, so that's it for the three papers. I guess what's the common theme running in all of the three papers is that having great power, no? In terms of yung sa first paper and the third paper, and then the second is in terms of social hierarchy, enables people or some people to change or create new spaces, new built spaces, and how that can really affect the lives of people in that community, no, kung saan nagaganap yung ganung pagbabago sa espasyo ng mga lugar na yan. Sige po, so we are now ready to present our certificates to our speakers.
So for our online presenters, we will award it virtually, but for today, we have Irvin and Joaquin for being a presenters of the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium with their presentation entitled Comparative History of Urban Housing Policy in the Philippines and South Korea, 1961 to 1986. So thank you so much, and we look forward to the outcome soon. And we also thank Professor Madelli. So let's have Ta-da. Let us welcome our next moderator.
Yeah, 안녕하세요. Good afternoon. Welcome to Tandem Panel. My name is Jeremiah Estel. I'm from the in our so these panels are to bring us three presentations that explore fandom from different and at the same time interconnected perspectives. So we have one from digital circulation to webtoons. We also have one for fan relationships with virtual K-pop idols, and this last one is we have a theoretical approach to the media dependency within the K-pop fandom ecosystems. So let us begin with first Chrysanthemum. Linnell Alejandro from the Central Luzon State University, faculty there at the Department of Innovation and Development Studies. The title of the presentation is New Hallyu Generation, Prior Communication between Filipino bands and virtual K-pop idols. Let's welcome.
Hello everyone, 안녕하세요. 저는 Dinita Alejandro. So for today, I will present my paper. Next slide, please. Titled New Hallyu Generation for Communication between Filipino fans and virtual K-pop idols. So just a quick background, next slide, please, about my research. So this research is part actually of a project, a media project titled Hallyu, that's Hallyu and Neo, which aims to serve as a platform through which audiences can gain a deeper understanding of the phenomena of K-pop virtual idols by examining their identities, production processes, and growing influence within the contemporary global media landscape. So basically creating virtual idols within the context of media studies. The platform also explores how these digitally mediated performers facilitate cross-cultural engagement, how they shape audience participation, and ultimately contribute to the evolving dynamics of the K-pop industry. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So being social is a central feature of human existence, and this manifests in interactions with technologies and media products. Next slide, please. So the relationship between media, technology, and K-pop reflects the industry's continuous adaptation to evolving digital environments and cultural flows. So in the first generation, K-pop relied heavily on traditional broadcasting and physical media. So this shaped early fan communities through localized and collective media consumption. By the second and third generation, we can see the rise of the internet platforms, social media, and digital-first promotion, which enabled K-pop to expand globally with the likes of Sonia Shubet, 21, Big Bang. So fostering transcultural exchange and more interactive fandom experiences. So in the current generation that we have now, advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, augmented reality, computer-generated imagery technologies, and virtual reality, among others, have transformed both cultural participation and fan engagement. So these innovations allow audiences to experience more immersive and hyper-personalized interactions, ultimately introducing new players in the industry. Enter the virtual idols. So virtual idols embody the convergence of media, technology, culture, and fandom within the contemporary K-pop landscape. Next slide, please. So within this evolving digital and transcultural landscape, virtual idols have emerged as a significant development in contemporary fandom culture. One notable example is Plave. Plave is a South Korean boy group, virtual idol group that combines motion capture technology, digital animation, and real-time fan interaction to create immersive performances and participatory fandom experiences. So Plane illustrates how advancements in media and technology are reshaping the meaning of idol production and audience engagement in K-pop. So despite existing as virtual performers, the group actively participates in conventional K-pop practices, such as music releases, album releases, live streams, even physical concerts, fan communication, and promotional activities, which demonstrates how virtual idols can function within the broader cultural and industrial framework of the K-pop industry. So the rise of Flame also reflects the enduring relationship between entertainment media and fandom culture in the Philippines. As celebrity culture remains deeply embedded in Philippine media consumption, Philippine audiences continue to form intimate and participatory connections with media personalities and cultural figures. So this dynamic can be observed in the growing Filipino fan community in Flame, whose fans known collectively as Flea have adopted the localized identity as Flea Ilo to express both fandom affiliation and cultural belonging. So the emergence of fan practices, demonstrates how digital media environments enable Filipino audiences to actively participate in transcultural fandoms, reinforcing K-pop's integration into everyday popular culture. So next slide, please. In the study, the media as social actors paradigm and the concept of parasociality and later on paracommunication served as analytical lenses for examining how Filipino fans perceive, interact with, and emotionally connect with virtual idols despite their digitally constructed nature. So this framework provides insight into how audiences negotiate authenticity, intimacy, and social presence within technologically mediated fandom spaces that we have now, particularly in the context of contemporary K-pop virtual idol culture. So the concept of media as social actors explains how audiences perceive mediated figures, such as virtual idols, as if they are real social beings capable of interaction, capable of having personality, and of course, emotional connection. So, in the context of K-pop virtual idols and the Philippines, this paradigm helps explain why fans engage with groups like virtual performers, not just as digital content, but as quote unquote real idols with agency and presence. So Filipino fans may develop parasocial bonds, treating these virtual idols as relatable personalities despite their computer-generated nature. This highlights how media technology reshapes fandom, allowing emotional relationship to form with non-human but socially experienced performers within K-pop culture. So next slide, please. Building on the slide paradigm, the study also incorporated the lens of parasociality and later on paracommunication to further examine how one-sided emotional bonds develop between fans and virtual idols. This combined approach allows for a deeper inquiry into how Filipino audience experience intimacy, connection, and attachment within mediated K-pop fandoms. So next slide, please. The original notion of parasociality proposed that the social connection between traditional media characters that is in broadcast such as TV and radio are non-reciprocal. So therefore, this is the exact opposite of the interactive environment that virtual entities currently occupy. This is what they call the interactivity problem or the interactivity problem in parasociality. Okay, so if the media characters are interactive in nature and can communicate with the audiences, can we still call that parasocial? Okay, so that is one of the core questions of the research. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So through the concept of communication and media as social actors, the study answered how fans make sense and negotiate the identity of virtual K-pop idols and how communication between fans and virtual K-pop idols fostered in a mediated environment. So the study is qualitative in nature, in-depth interviews of Filipino play fans and online observation of fandom communities were conducted, and later on the data were analyzed using thematic analysis proposed by Locke and Crow. So this part of the discussion, next slide please, tackles how fans rationalize identity of play as social actors. Findings of the study indicate that fans indeed see the virtual idols as active communicative agents and not just mere vehicles or channels of messages. So therefore, the existence of media as social actor presence. So fans consider their interactions with the virtual group as meaningful and authentic because of the family. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So from the interview analysis, fans perceive playing the virtual idols as social actors. They find them authentic enough for interaction. Their perceived social presence also encourages fan participation in social activities through ongoing negotiation of what is real in virtual idols. So supporting the said paradigm, the master paradigm, the study shows that people do not just rely on social cues alone as earlier theories on human-computer interaction suggest, but also on individual knowledge and context of the audiences. So participants' awareness of virtual productions such as computer-generated imagery and motion capture helps them understand play as mediated yet legitimate entities. So another key finding in the study is the audience's tolerance of technological imperfections. So during the group's live streams, there were glitches, there were glitches that continuously appeared. So these glitches or flaws reduce eeriness and instead enforce the sense of human labor behind the idols. Lastly, ethical production and transparency strongly shape trust as fans value knowing how virtual idols are created and whether they are honestly represented. So the findings extend master paradigm by showing that knowledge, ethics, and technological awareness are central to how parasocial connections with virtual people idols are formed. Next slide, please. Okay, so this study also addressed a key gap in the literature when it comes to character design. So the study addresses a key gap in the literature on anthropomorphism and social presence. Well, prior research suggests that more human-like virtual idols are generally preferred. Next slide, please. Findings from Play shows that their anime-like design still fosters affinity and trust because fans are already familiar with anime, with webtoons, with manga characters, with manhwa, and virtual universe. So this supports work showing that familiarity reduces uncanniness or the uncanny valley and improves acceptance of virtual entities. Next slide, please. So beyond appearance, the study highlights how platform affordances expand social cues through text, audio, visual, and especially movement-based interactions during live streams. So these dynamic gestures help fans interpret personality and presence more effectively than static media formats that we had before. Next slide. Okay. Participants assess place authenticity not through physical presence alone, but through their perceived competence as K-pop idols. Their ability to sing, to dance, to produce, and even choreograph was seen as evidence of genuine artistry, aligning with previous studies that argue that perceived passion and creativity shape authenticity in virtual entities. In next slide, please. Play is therefore experienced by fans as social actors capable of invoking belonging and companionship, their emotional expression, including their vulnerability, and even imperfections during live streams is interpreted as authenticity rather than flaw, reinforcing connection that were also noted by previous studies. Okay? So real-time interaction through live streams and other platforms such as Weavers and unscripted moments including glitches enhance this effect by giving fans a sense of unfiltered access. Overall, authenticity emerges less from physical reality and more from perceived competence, emotional expression, and spontaneous interaction through the said medium. Okay, next slide, please. So the study highlights how virtual idols' social presence is now shaped within network platforms where fans also interact with one another, not just with the idols themselves. So unlike earlier research on parasociality that focused on isolated user entities such as chatbots and the like, findings in the study show that authenticity is also constructed through fan-to-fan discourse and community engagement. So in Flame's case, fans actively negotiate the idol's identity by producing and sharing user-generated content across different platforms, may it be through text, visual, and audiovisual formats. So this aligns with previous studies which emphasizes fan production as a reflection of perceived value in virtual idols. Next slide, please. Okay. So now, at this point of my presentation, I'll explain that fans perceive Plave as authentic enough to engage in meaningful communication, addressing the para-communication condition that new media entities must first establish perceived authenticity. So using the media as social actors lens, fans build the relationship with Plave through mediated platforms by viewing them as competent K-pop idols whose communication feels genuine and intentional as well. Next slide, please. This study finds thus that, of course, despite the interactivity or interactive affordances of multiple platforms, distance still exists between Plave and their Filipino fans, which limits the communication process. In line with the communication paradigm, these interactions are constrained by platform limitations, language barriers, cultural differences, and the overwhelming volume of fan inquiries. As a result, communication remains asymmetrical with virtual idols, with Play unable to respond individually and most of the time unable to address fans individually. Okay. Next slide, please. So with that, we can say that the communication between Play and their audience is still parasocial in nature, one-sided in nature. One finding that is not fully captured by the para-communication paradigm is how Filipino fans experience interaction vicariously by watching Play members interact with each other. Instead of relying only on direct performer-audience exchange, fans interpret the group's internal conversations and dynamics as meaningful social cues. So this extends Tilo Hartman's proposition. Tilo Hartman is one of the key figures in paracommunication studies. It extends Hartman's idea of vicarious interaction, which focuses on observing other fans by showing that interaction among performers themselves can also generate this sense of engagement. It also echoes other scholars' idea who found that second-hand or indirect experiences can still be meaningful in shaping audience perception. Next slide, please. Although distance still exists between Play and their fans, including Filipino fans, fan labor such as translations, edits, and shared content help reduce these barriers. So this blurs the line between consumption and production, allowing fans to actively shape how virtual idols are understood in mediated network environments. So next slide, please. Unlike earlier parasocial studies that usually overlook fandom communities, this study shows that fan interaction is central to meaning making. Fans not only engage with Play, but also with each other, sharing resources and interpretations to strengthen collective understanding. So in the K-pop context, this reflects established fan labor practices such as translations that bridge language gaps and even provide access to exclusive content. In the context of communication, this study faced the interactivity problem posed by scholars such as Tilo Hartman. So researchers on parasociality problematized how paracommunication phenomena happens in an interactive nature if the audience has communicative opportunities and the virtual entities can reciprocate their messages. So the interactive nature between virtual idols and their audiences challenges the original notion that parasociality transpires on non-interactive one-way communication channel only such as the broadcast communication. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. So overall, the study finds that Filipino Cree perceive Glaive as communicative participants with real social presence, capable of engaging with them and forming meaningful relationships despite being virtual idols. In line with the theme envisioning Korean studies in the Philippines through an inter-Asian perspective, these relationships reflect broader transcultural flows of media and communication. Korean popular culture through platforms and digital technologies moves across borders and is reinterpreted in the Philippine context through music, through identity, and everyday fan practices. Through this process, culture and technology interact to produce shared meanings, while fan engagement becomes a site where social bonds are formed across national boundaries. So, to conclude, the study contributes to understanding how virtual K-pop idols like Wave are embedded in networks of fandom, where emotional connection, cultural exchange, and technological mediation come together in shaping contemporary fan relationships. So sa kanila, thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thank you for that insightful presentation. Are there any Filipinos here? Or do you guys know about Play before? What's the other group again? Let's build group as well. Second Play. You know where? Anyway, but for those who are studying about communication or about virtual idols, maybe you can also relate this to the Saja idols. Saja voice. I think, I mean, they're not officially like Play, but probably we can connect it to this one, because there are also many fan-made content about the group. So it's interesting because even when fans are truly aware that it's a artificially made idol, they still feel something. There's an affection. So, and you know how important the fan label is in terms of this kind of phenomenon. So our next presenter is a fan and also a mom of a K-pop fan, and she's currently taking her PhD in communication here at the University of the Philippines. The title of the paper is Beyond the Crisis: The Campfire Theory as a Conceptual Extension of Media System Dependency Theory in the K-pop fandom ecosystem. The big welcome is Faye and Alpuga.
Hello. Good afternoon, That's awesome. Okay. Hi everyone, good afternoon. So, okay, Pinanstan ang nakal, no? So this is how Filipino mainstream media covered Filipino teenagers, Filipino teenager who allegedly stole 2.7 million pesos from her grandmother's business to buy K-pop merchandise. Anyone here familiar with this case back in 2023, right? So the reaction was immediate. Obsession, apology, a fan out of control. But I asked a different question, not what's wrong with this fan, but what kind of system produces this dependency? And why does no existing theory have a framework to explain it? Next, please. So the campfire theory of fandom dependency is my attempt to answer that question. Media system dependency theory is the best framework, I think, to explain fandom dependency, but it's not enough. And by the end of this presentation, I hope to show you exactly where it falls short and how the campfire theory fills the gap. Next slide, please. A K-pop fan is never without the media. I wrote that in my capital for research on Filipino 17 fans, and I wrote it because it's simply true. 90% of K-pop fans are outside South Korea. Their fandom is entirely digital, always on, and operates at three levels: macro, meso, simultaneously. This is the empirical reality that existing theory struggles to explain. The framework closest to explaining this media system dependency theory proposed is the media system dependency theory proposed by Walter Cage and DeFleur in 1976. Its core logic: media holds power because it controls information that audiences need to achieve their goals. The more central a media system, the bigger the power. And dependency intensifies during crisis and recedes when stability returns. Walter Page identified three dependency goals: understanding, orientation, and play. Kim and June added the fourth in 2017, expression, recognizing that in the age of social media, fans don't just consume, they produce, they post, they share. Media system dependency theory, or MSDT, is a powerful framework, but it has problems when applied to fans. MSDT, next slide please. MSDT was never written about fans. Its paradigm cases are citizens during political crisis, communities during disasters, publics during elections, and not a Filipino carrot screaming at 2 a.m. for a comeback she had no say in scheduling. These specific gaps appear when we apply MSDT K-pop fandom. Gap 1. It assumes impermanence. Dependency strikes during crisis and recedes after. But a K-pop fan never returns to baseline. The fire is always burning. Gap 2. MSDT treats audiences as consumers. It doesn't account for fans as co-producers who sustain the very system they depend on. The fan camp is not just content, it's structural labor. Gap 3. MSDT theorizes one media system as the object of dependency. But fans depend on two simultaneously: official institutional media and peer-generated fan content. That is fundamentally a different dependency structure. These three graphs are what the campfire theory will try to address. So imagine a campfire. Someone built it deliberately. They gathered the wood, arranged it, struck the match. Around it, people gathered for warmth, for stories, for connection. They did not light the fire themselves, but they tended it. They add logs. They call others over. And no matter how faithfully the campers spend it, the wood still belongs to someone else. This is the campfire theory. And it is not just a metaphor. It is built into the visual structure of the model itself. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, so the outer diamond is classical MSDT: society, audience, effects, and media system. At the center, the Korean media system, Korean entertainment media system strikes the spark. The inner diamond is the phantom ecosystem, producing shared meaning making, effective exchange, and ritualized interaction. Three logs feed the fire: official media, fan-generated media, and online fan-to-fan interaction. The whole shape, diamond within the diamond, is the campfire. The first argument: the fire is always burning. Sorry. The fire is always burning. Classical MSDT says dependency is temporary. It strikes during a crisis and recedes when stability returns. Audiences return to baseline. The campfire theory says K-pop fans never return to baseline. The Korean entertainment system engineers indispensability as a structural feature, not an emergency response. Comeback cycles, platform exclusive content, algorithmic intimacy, continuous parasocial production. These are not crisis responses. They are permanent architecture of fandom dependency. And notice, even the merchandise is media. The photo card, the album, the light stick, each one is engineered to deepen parasocial connection and sustain dependency beyond the screen. The Filipino teenager who spent 2.7 million pesos was not buying objects. She was buying proximity to a fire she could not. Dependency is not temporary, it is permanent. The second argument: crisis makes fans tend the fire harder. Classical MSDT predicts that dependency intensifies during crisis. The prediction holds, but it is incomplete. Last month, I had the pleasure of paneling excuse me, an undergraduate thesis on Filipino K-pop fans' reception of agency crisis communication. She studied a dating scandal and the YG entertainment crisis. Liao, that she was the student, Liao's 2026 research revealed that during crisis, fans don't just consume more. They mobilize, they re-encode official content using their own cultural toolkit, like pakisama and here, context of scandal. They become moral auditors, rushing toward the fire when it is threatened, making it burn hotter through their own labor. The New Jeans case is the hardest proof. Filipino fans mobilized globally, streaming campaigns, legal funds, coordinated advocacy. The campfire burned intensely. The sole port upheld the contract, a door terminated a member anyway. Fan agency, vigorous, globally coordinated, could not override a single institutional decision. Crisis intensifies co-production, but the wood still belongs to someone else. Third argument is that the wood still belongs to someone else. The campfire theory introduces dual dependency. Fans depend on two media systems simultaneously, official institutional media as the source, and peer-generated fan ecosystem as the interpreter. Neither alone is sufficient. Official media is the source. The Korean entertainment media system produces the content. Management controls this part. All fan content flows through here. The fan community is the interpreter. It makes content accessible, meaningful, shared, translation, affect, belonging. But this is not a balanced relationship. Official media retains structural primacy. Co-production does not dissolve the asymmetry, it deepens it. Because the more fans invest in tending the fire, the more costly its extinction becomes, and the less leverage they have to prevent. For the Filipino current specifically, the asymmetry is compounded by three structural layers that no existing MSDP extension has theorized. Structural. No concert means no fan camp. Management freezes the group, the campfire towers. So fan labor cannot substitute for institutional decisions. Number two, regulatory. Korean law governs everything. International fans have no legal standing in any dispute. They watch the Puchin's case play out in a language they may not speak. In courts, they cannot enter. Under laws, they cannot invoke. Linguistic. Content is produced in Korean. Filipino fans depend on a second layer, volunteer translators, communities, just to access what the institution produces. Their dependency is not dual, it's triple. They are the farthest campers from the fire. They tend it the hardest, but they have the least say whether it continues to burn. I want to be transparent. Number one, I'm not a K-pop fan. I'm a mother of K-pop fan. I have a relationship with three critical studies that I cited. No? So I cited my first research, which is on the 17 carats. It's my own prior research. I have a thesis that I advised, Bentley Perdison. They wrote the thesis under my advisement, and Liao was examined by me as a panelist. I disclose this not as a limitation, but as a context. These studies emerged from a research community generating knowledge about Filipino fandom from within. And I will add one more disclosure. This is a personal for me. My daughter is a Kara. I have watched her gather around this campfire. I have seen what it gives her, the community, the joy, the sense of belonging. And I have also seen the fire's limits. I built this theory partly to understand what she is inside of, and partly to name clearly what she cannot control. The Filipino Carrot is not this paper's convenient sample. She is one this story was built to see. At the micro level, let's get okay. So three implications. And three implications. The campfire theoretically, the campfire theory extends MSDP in a context it was never designed for, fandom. Most fandom theories are interpretive. They tell us what fans do and what it means. They do not explain the structural conditions that make fandom dependency permanent. So MSDP tries to build that gap. Empirically longitudinal micro studies, comparative Southeast Asian meso studies, and the hardest macro level political economy of the Korean entertainment system itself. Who built the fire, who profits, and who gets burned. That is the work that comes next. Critically, the campfire theory does not just describe fandom dependency, it critiques the power structures that produce and sustain it. K-pop fans are the most media-dependent audiences alive. And hopefully now with the comparative theory, we have something to explain it. So the comparative theory does not replace MSTP, it extends it. From a crisis model to an economic ecosystem model, from a consumption framework to a participatory one, from a neutral description of the dependency to a critical account of who benefits from keeping the fire burning. The farthest campers from the fire deserve a theory that sees them clearly. This paper is an attempt to provide one. And thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. It's really interesting, right? Comparative theory. I think it's an attempt to theorize and in hip hop, and I think the metaphor that I use for campfire is very much applicable. You know, it's memorable because that campfire it captures the emotional, communal, and at the same time there is a ritual dimension. So which is very much part of our fandom culture. And at the same time, when the fans tend the fire, it sustains the fandom. So you can imagine the fire, right? So very interesting and very insightful presentation. And for our last presenter, I think he's gonna do it online, video, right? Okay. Our last presenter is Nguyen Trung Yet, a PhD in international studies at the Seoul National University. And the paper is entitled Webtoons as Digital Cultural Ambassadors, a comparative analysis of South Korea's national image construction in Vietnam and the Philippines. So let's welcome our last presenter.
Good afternoon, Current Studies Scholar. My name is Nguyen Trung Yet from Vietnam. Today, I will discuss Webtoons as digital cultural ambassadors, a comparative analysis of South Korea national image construction in Vietnam and the Philippines. As South Korea tries to become a top 4 cultural power by 2027, the role of Webtoons has shifted from mere entertainment to a pivotal digital cultural ambassador. I will examine how these vertically sprawling digital comics act as a vehicles for soft power projection to Southeast Asian digital landscape, the Philippines and Vietnam. So to understand the current phenomenon, we should recognize the transition to Hallyu version 4. Unlike previous eras focused on live television exports, this phase is rooted in the reformization of culture, where digital interfaces serve as the primary way of cultural diplomacy. Webtoons leverage what we call snack culture, allowing for high frequency, fragmented consumption that integrates into daily routines. Furthermore, Webtoons functions as a channel for media storytelling, providing the intellectual property for global hits on Netflix and Disney Plus. This creates a recursive loop depending global engagement with current cultural narratives through broad. So in this research, I utilize secondary data from the 14 and 15 overseas Hanlin surveys. Having Hanlin surveys over 50,000 respondents from over the world by the collaboration for international cultural exchange. We focus on two research questions. First, the correlation between consumption frequency and national image shift. Second, the difference in brand power and preference factors. Our key indicators include consumption frequency, national image shift, that is measured by the post-consumption perception improvement rate. We also utilize the brand power index, PPI, a composite metric of awareness, favorability, and consumption levels. This framework allows us to test specific drivers of SaaS correlation of branding. So, as shown in the chart, webtoons significant rise in popularity, growing from 21.5% in 2019 to 31% in 2024. While they currently rate lower than a powerhouse category like food or K-music, the growth trend is undeniable. So this rising interest is particularly driven by Southeast Asian markets, with the Philippines and Vietnam ranking as the top two countries where Hallyu is perceived to be the most popular. The context of these two markets is remarkable. Vietnam is culturally East Asian centric market with strong Confucian ties, while the Philippines is a linguistically Western-oriented market with high English proficiency. Both are mobile-first societies. Vietnam's digital economy is projected to reach 39 billion as of 2025, supported by 127 million active connections. Conversely, the Philippines maintains the social media capital of the world with 142 million cellular connections, while Vietnam sees high AI driver content discovery. The Philippines benefits from linguistic accessibility, allowing direct engagement with global English language web platforms. How about consumption intensity and perception? To express research question number one, we find that webtoon consumption in all nations significantly exceeds global averages. While the local average usage is 14.7 hours monthly, Vietnam reaches approximately 19.7 hours, and the Philippines leads the world with 23.6 to 24.5 hours. In the Philippines, 32.4% of users report daily consumption of webtoon. Notably, the paying user ratio for webtoons in the Philippines is 41.2%, driven by the fast model. This intensity correlates with perception. 82.4% of Filipino consumers agree that webtoons improved their overall perception of South Korea. This supports hypothesis number one, suggesting that frequent digital contact directly sets the quality of model. So, regarding research question number two, for markets, Vietnam and Philippines exhibit high brand power index score. The brand power index for webtoons in the Philippines reached 78.6 points, reflecting its status as the top foreign digital comic. As shown in the data, webtoons in all countries have moved into the mass popularization stage. In the Asia Pacific region, webtoons show a consistent annual growth rate, CAGR, of over 30%, growing faster than traditional visual content like film, movies. This growth indicates that digital content like webtoon is becoming the dominant facet of the national brand or the national brand, shifting the image of South Korea toward modernity, aesthetics, and innovation. In my hypothesis number two, posits distinct market drivers in Vietnam. The primary driver is social cultural resonance. Respondents like compelling storytelling and relatable emotion. 공감 가능한 정서. Reflecting shared values like confusion, familial piety, and social hierarchy. In contrast, the Philippines is driven by creative originality and accessibility. Filipino users value the diversity of subjects and the mobile optimized interface, while Vietnamese consumers see webtoons through a just media lens, following page drama or station. Filipino users prioritize trendy aesthetic and creative edge, distinguishing webtoons from American or Japanese alternatives. These differences necessitate a dual role branding. So, however, despite their success, detrimental factors program to evaluate still exist. Poor translation is the top ranked satisfaction factor in all markets. In the Philippines, 16.1% of respondents said that excessive commercialization is a concern. Furthermore, Vietnam shows high price sensitivity, where a lack of localization can alienate potential consumers. The 2026 survey also introduced cultural diversity concerns, noting audience discomfort with certain portrayals of social class or gender. To maintain soft power, cultural industrial leaders must express these barriers through better localization, specifically Tagalog options for the Philippines and Vietnamese for. Now let's move to the mechanism of national image construction. How do victims construct a national image? First, through the normalization of contemporary life, finding a proud view of society that feels relatable. Second, through technological and creative leadership, where the innovative format protest South Korea as a leader in the fourth industrial revolution. Finally, transmedia synergy. Transmedia synergy establishes South Korea as a content powerhouse. Because 68.5% of Filipino readers use webtoons as a bridge to other media. The webtoon acts as the primary identity marker for the modern Korean brand. This active platform-mediated engagement constitutes what's called WMG, identified as a digital soft power. In conclusion, webtoons are indispensable digital cultural ambassadors. My analysis confirms that high-frequency usage leads to a favorable national image shift, and that market drivers are for culturally specific. Webtoons offer a unique form of smart power that not just for the individual readers, smartphone into a side of cultural diplomacy. To sustain this momentum, we must implement market-specific pricing and improve linguistic localization. Finally, by embedding universal human narratives into a Korean digital format, webtoons ensure that South Korean image is associated not with geopolitical tension, but with an innovative and relatable cultural future. Thank you for your listening. 경청해 주셔서 대단히 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. Okay. Thank you, Ruben from Jang. Okay, so I think that presentation opens up interesting conversations about platform-based cultural diplomacy, and we know that I think it also gives us an idea that the role of digital storytelling about the national image of a certain country plays a very important role. All right, so you have your this. I'm not with it. So thank you to all presenters. So hello.
Sir, hold. Sa baba. Yes.
Well, wala ka sa bulbul. Sorry. Hello, friends. Moderate. Meron ako. All right. Okay, so thank you to our presenters. I think we have a very insightful and engaging topics, right? We will now move on to our open forum. Is there anyone here who wants to ask questions? I know you have lots of questions. Come on, please. Yes, you have to now. I think you have to approach the mics. Oh, we can start with the thing. You can take control of both mics, I guess, both sides. So please introduce yourself and maybe indicate whom you're addressing the question.
Hello, Janine. Once again, I'm Marty. I'm a graduate of Korean Studies program from Ateneo de Manila University and currently a music business management student at Mid College. So very interested in both the talks in relation to K-pop because that's my area of research at the moment, trying to merge aspects in music business and Korean studies at the moment. So I think I have a question. I have kind of tangential questions for the both of you, if that's all right. So I think speaking also as a consumer of Hallyu and K-pop, I also have firsthand experiences of how fandom has been operating as far as the parasocial goes and how a lot of it has transitioned to the digital platform. I've been a fan since second generation, and I still am until now, up until fifth gen, so which is I think what it is now. So there's something interesting to me first in terms of virtual idols about how the fans of Blave in particular have been still finding a connection. Um, because at face value, and at least in my experience as well, going through the generations of K-pop, it might feel hard to find a connection with parang with virtual experiences. Even when you like when the pandemic hit, it was also hard to engage in fandom more meaningfully because it's not in person. You're not encountering the people in like in the flesh. And as mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, towards the end of your presentation, there's still an established difference, or not difference, distance between the virtual idols and the fandom. In contrast, and this is mainly coming from experience already. There are a lot of fans of non-virtual idols or real idols, if you will, for lack of a better term, that feel entitled to a more in-depth connection. So we have platforms like Weverse, we have idols who are contracted to participate in apps like Bubble. Um, so the parasocial relationship is further fueled by these things. And I find that those contrasting things something worth probing. So, do you think that the distance that fans of like Blade, for example, feel with the group make them more self-aware of their consumption? Because, for example, now we have things like sasays. That's always been a thing. We always have um, fans who just really want an even closer connection to the idol, to almost to a point where there's no distance anymore between them. So I don't know if that question makes sense. Like, do you think that fans of virtual idols are more self-conscious about or more self-aware about the distance and about how much they are consuming um the media in relation to the group? And then do I proceed with my next question? Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, Marty. Thank you so much for that comment on and also for the interviews you raised. First of all, just to answer that question right away. The question is yes, they are more self-conscious about their consumption. They are more conscious about the boundaries naman that these virtual idols have. In fact, most of the respondents stated that they do not want to know who the real people are behind the persona or behind the mockups, behind the avatars. They do not want to know who they are. They just enjoy the persona that they can see on screen. But they explicitly said that they value privacy, they respect the privacy if the people behind these virtual idols do not wanna reveal themselves, then they respect that decision. So to answer the question, yes, they are conscious, they are aware of the limitations, they are aware of the boundaries. You also pointed out a very interesting point about bubble. Well, bubble weavers, these platforms make us feel connected with different idols, but there are still distances. There are still platform imposed limitations. Like for instance, you have to subscribe. In Bubble, you have to subscribe. The number of messages that you can send to your favorite idols depend on the number of days that you are subscribed to their channels. And even the number of characters is also limited. And as you can see on top, if that is still the interface of Bubble, on top you can see how many days you are subscribed. So that is still some sort of boundary that they are establishing. And now in Weavers, in Weavers, we have different memberships, right? You have to pay more in order for you to access more content. You have to pay a membership in order for you to be able to join the pre-sale events, to purchase certain merchandise. So yes, these platforms make us feel connected. We feel connected, but not quite. There are still distances that persist, mainly because of platform imposed limitations. Of course, that's the business side of things. We know media entertainment, that is still an enterprise of business. They have to have fans somehow in order for it to thrive and grow more, and in order for them to present more to the fans. And yep, I think the reason why I'm going backwards to this was the first thing that you said about virtual idols having connection with their fans despite their virtual presentation. I guess it is because there are real people behind the motion capture technologies. So there are real people singing, dancing. There are just technologies capturing their movements, capturing their voices, but the people behind these motion capture technologies, behind the animations, are very much real. So I guess that's one of the reasons why they feel connected despite the unconventional presentations. Thank you so much. I hope I answered it, guys.
And I believe you have another question.
Yes. Sort of in relation to self-awareness and consumption as well. Um, Part of the things that I've observed as far as consuming K-pop and fandom is concerned is fandom wars. So differences among fans, even within fandoms. It's become more prominent in the pandemic and post-pandemic because everything is online. And I think when, at least based on my observation, when people start to lose their self-awareness of how much they're consuming, they just, it's, fans take things very seriously to a certain degree. So, in relation to like conflicts within the fandom and self-awareness of consumption, do you think that is is the study of the campfire theory something that encompasses that, or do you feel like conflicts and self-awareness are things that fuel the fire, if you use the metaphor, or kind of extinguishes that?
Oh, I think it fuels the fire more. So fan wars just it just increases the engagement among fans. So more and more, bigger fire because they fuel the fire.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, one more question.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Manny Manuel again from the School of Business here in Zulueta. For Miss Faye, for Ma'am Faye, I was just curious because the whole context is of course K-pop, but we all know that especially since recent happenings with being at Coachella and everything, that P-pop is now, becoming something to talk about. So do you think, that's the first part, do you think that this whole campfire theory can also now be looked at from the lens of P-pop? And then the second related question is, it's not only the K-pop fans that are that have a tendency to be able to be very into their idols, but also the K-drama fans, and especially in recent times with the Perfect Crown and Bon Appetit, and Queen of Tears last year. So would it also be pertinent to also probably look into the effect from the K-drama lens of perspective? Thank you.
Okay, just to add to that as well, because a very similar question. So aside from K-pop, do you think, or K-drama, do you think it's the campfire theory could also be applied to
outside K-pop, let's say fans of soccer or footballs?
I think yes, but not with the same structural limitations of K-pop. Because the reason why I really thought of K-pop is it has this structure. So I received pushback from my this is my project for my independent studies in GST. And there was a pushback from my teacher saying that no, it can't be because fans are like this, like this. So and they're not dependent, they're not called fans dependent. And in my mind, how can they not be dependent? They're there, they need the media. But that's why it's K-pop because she said no, because everything's on the internet, they can just access everything on the internet, but not with Korean fans. And I think that's the biggest that's my biggest pushback to her na no, because Korea has its own culture, they have this, like they manage the press and they manage the so that's the biggest factor for me to push it really is that the Korean media system is different from the Philippine system, entertainment system, from the American, it's more Western. And there's no language barrier. So the structural limitations are different, very different for K-pop. But I think it can be, but although I haven't thought about it yet, but it can be, of course, applied to other fandoms as well, sports, and with P-pop, BB, of course, because BB's been doing things like Koreans. So their model is like the Korean entertainment system. So I think yes, it can be applicable, but there's a different dynamic that will go on. So the fans are very different in terms of like they will still tend the fire. So the diamond is still there, but different way of managing the fire. I still haven't explored that yet, but
Follow-up. I think one of the things pertinent to at least the K-pop fandom equation in this whole campfire theory is the fact that because there are a lot of fans, K-pop fans outside, and the accessibility to let's say concerts or to fan meets or whatever. I remember our dean who is an avid K-pop fan, the Erica Mistrano. He would really, I mean, he would tell us and he would share that that fans would save, to be able to go to Korea to be able to watch. And that was his, at least for his experience, that was his birthday birthday gift to himself to be able to go to Korea to watch a particular concert. So I mean it's probably something to look at because of the outside nature of K-pop fans that they will really spend to be able to get to that particular experience.
they're farthest from the fire, but they don't have a say in anything, diba?
Yeah, well, one more question.
Yes, hi, I'm Jess from the College of Media and Communication. My question goes to Faye. Actually, I have a question and then a commentary. So the question would be, how related is the campfire theory that you are proposing with the campfire principle of Charles Bogle, or have you ever you haven't? So that was the first question. Okay, so now I go to the commentary.
Campfire theory is from the Song of 17, Campfire.
Okay. Alright, so maybe it's something that you may want to read on because Charles Bogle is actually an author, but this is not a theory, it's a principle that he had. And your idea of the campfire theory is something quite similar with what Charles Bogle is actually trying to say, that people engage in communities and that people bring in things into the fire, and then the fire becomes actually there is a form of like intimacy and connection with people who bring in something into that space, which is the fact. So it's kind of similar. It may be something that you might want to feed into. But the commentary would be perhaps MDST is something that you can actually really leave behind in this theorization that you have, because MDST has it's quite distant to the problematization of, well, the intimacy of fans with each other, or the relationship of fans with each other, and the relationship of fans with the idol. So maybe if you would more problematize the relationship and the community being built by fandoms, and then you can be more like, you can better make your theoretical claims much more like click with each other, and not have two distinct theories wherein you are extending one theory with one new concept that you're trying to build on. I think that building on the campfire theory is actually something that you can do independently from like just extending the MDST. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, but kasi what I wanted really is to look at the dependency thing. Not really, well, of course, I'm interested in the community of fans, but I'm also what I'm interested is what is the media system, the entertainment media system doing to lure the fans. And that's what I'm more interested, because there are so many studies already about fans, their relationship with each other, the community, so many na eh. But in terms of meaning making, identity, dami yan eh. But in terms of like looking at the media system that makes this all possible, and that really parang entraps the fans, right? So that's what I'm very interested. It's a very big undertaking, because and that's another pushback that I got from my teacher, that no, you can study the Korean entertainment system, you're not Korean. How will you understand that? So that's one thing. But that's what I really want to understand. That's what I really want to plan. For example, sorry sa time limit, but like 17 now, they're selling caldero, they're selling cooking pans to fans already. So they are following the maturity fans and all. So in the different stages of their lives, there's already a business thing. They have to be there. They cannot outgrow us. No, something like that. So that's why it's MDSP for me talaga.
Right. I think we have one last question. Yes. Say time
Hello po, Michael Shares po from the Asian Center. So I have two questions po, pero first po, makakapagsagot, will the author for is able to answer this time, or not? And second,
you can ask.
Okay, so first question about webtoons, because they first pointed out about the question about accessibility and barriers. And this leads me to remind myself about the issue about piracy. And we cannot deny the fact that piracy is very much a staple in Philippine media consumption, especially in my observation ko as a consumer of webtoons, where they are primarily from piracy sites, because that's their first point of access in accessing this media platform. And they mentioned po about how the frequency of consumption is vital in the image building. But the problem here is that the institutions in Korea, the media systems, are actively cracking down on piracy. And despite the fact that they recognize that it's an accessibility problem, and yet they're closing the tap without giving an accessible, price sensitive alternative. So my question to them is, how what is their current stance, and what are the current updates on how to provide a more market accessible platform for webtoons outside of the current microtransactions that is existing in Tapas and webtoons lang po?
I think it has to do with the third presenter.
Sorry. Sige, okay, moving on to my alternative question, which is about virtual idols. Personally, I'm not a fan of that. I'm more on VTubers. So for credentials, or Nijisanji and Holostars. So I'm more familiar with those. My observation there is, and I like to correlate it back to the virtual idols on Lab, is that there's this issue in the VTuber space about ownership. Because in corporate VTubers, once you graduate, you don't own you don't own your own brand once you leave. So any music, your own image that you have created, the personality that you curated during your time as a virtual idol in the VTuber space, it's owned by the corporations. And once you graduate or leave that agency, you cannot use the music that you sang, you cannot use the avatar that you create, that you use to present yourself, and you cannot even use your voice sometimes because it's in the likeness of the avatar that you have created. So my question about the virtual idol is how do they reconcile how does these virtual idols in the K-pop space reconcile the fact that in the event that they want to graduate from the idol group, their work is being alienated from the corporation, because that seems to be another way in which the worker is being alienated. The creative worker is being alienated from their operations.
Yeah, that's the thing about virtual K-pop idols. They still pretty much operate just like your normal K-pop idols. They are still under an entertainment agency. In this case, they are under Blast, so they are under an entertainment agency. So I think it has something to do with the intellectual property, the branding. So this is we're not at that point yet, so I cannot give you a very much informed answer on how intellectual property works in the context of virtual idols right now. But I think that is a very interesting phenomena to look at and to even investigate and to anticipate as well.
Yes.
Because in VTuber spaces, it's happening, right? I think most of my respondents also mentioned that they are VTuber fans, and that's one of their concerns as well regarding the personality and the likeness, especially the voice of the artist behind these virtual idols. Because exactly as what you said, they own their voice. What would happen if they decide to part ways with entertainment company? And their voice is very much recorded in these different albums, in these different recordings. So I think that is in the arena of intellectual property, in the branding, and it's very much, of course, in the arena of entertainment agency, K-pop entertainment sphere, which is very controversial right now in the case of Adore, High, among others. So that is a very interesting point to look at and to anticipate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob.
We just created another paper topic that you can probably submit in the next conference. Please, Dr. Ray has a question, I guess.
Thank you, three of you, for giving presentation, and I'm personally quite happy because Minel is the one who presented the paper in our Philippine K Culture conference 2 years ago, and then I see she expanded different interests in terms of Hallyu and Korean popular culture. But I was also curious because we don't have a full paper yet, so maybe you can discuss some more about your methodology, like who are your respondents and how you really collected the data and the process, how you really approached to understand the responses. And then we don't have here from Seoul National University with us, but I was just thinking of some comments for all of us, including myself, because when we approach to the second-hand data, it's a bit tricky because even if COFI's survey was scientifically done and it's available anywhere online, I think you can really critically look at it first, and then you know how to select what are necessary for your own study, because initially his study mentioned COFIS survey data 2025, but later on he also mentioned 26. So maybe it is convenient if we quote or if we use any type of online references, but since it was not the data collection he himself did, maybe it can be more clear how the data, what he got from the existing reference is used, and then what are his observations. Although he mentioned his two hypotheses, maybe it can be clear. So I was thinking how to focus on what we are really interested in, should direct what we want to study more properly in the end. So just a quick question about your methodology.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Jang. I'm very glad that you remembered me from 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was a master's student that was at the university. And the paper I presented, interestingly, Sir Manuel, is about the globalization of K-pop, specifically focusing on P-pop, BINI, BGY, OSB19, and the likes. So to talk about my methodology, so it is a qualitative inquiry, exploratory in nature. So to propose it something, I interviewed play Filipino fans. I posted call on different fan communities. And then from there, I interviewed them through in-depth semi-structured interviews. I then employed thematic analysis as the method I use specifically is that of Clark and Brown's thematic analysis. So I did it abductively using media social actors and power communication lenses. So with the coding and the data analysis is iterative in nature. And then what what else? I'm trying to recall everything because this is also part of my master's thesis. This is a part of it. So basically qualitative in nature, purposive sampling through in-depth interview, and I also did to try to validate my data. I also did community observation, online community observation, just to validate my data with the findings I got from the interview transcripts. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. So I think from the presentations, we realized that fandom studies is not just about media consumption. It's increasingly becoming more about participation, negotiation, even co-producing meaning. And yes, I think we're gonna end the panel here.
And with that in mind, we'd like to issue our certificates of appreciation to Raynel Alejandro. To Faye Abulgan. And last but not least, to our moderator, Jeremiah Pagnosha. With the conclusion of the second set of our speakers this afternoon, we would like to welcome everyone to our coffee break for 20 minutes. And during our coffee break, kindly take the time to look through the posters outside of the venue. Thank you.
lead to radical refusal, the genealogy of South Korean feminist thought, be delivered by Mix Ingrid May Jesus of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where they are both a teacher and student of the Department of Philosophy. So the next paper is Clearing Joseon Dynasty to Mr. Queen 2020, and under the Queen's umbrella 2022 using field technical elements. So this would be by Lawrence Lozano. Lawrence there who studies Philippine studies in the University of the Philippines. And our third paper is As the Green Water Leaves the Blue Mountain, Parting and Impermanence, and Selected Kinjo of Wangchini. Okay, so this will be presented by Maria Eugenia Aban. Hello, and Maria Eugenia is a student of the master's program in comparative literature at the University of the Philippines. So let's give them all a hand. Now we'll have Ms. Ingrid Julie.
Meron ba? Ibang Lozano pala yun.
Today's presentation is a chapter written for my master thesis on the contemporary feminist movements in South Korea and how they challenge the Confucian way of life of the peninsula. But before we focus on the present, we must first ask if these contemporary movements are really products of modern times, or do they have historical precursors? Thus, I trace the genealogy of feminist thought in Korea. South Korea is a collectivist society. Its culture, shaped by Confucianism, emphasizes on group harmony, loyalty, and social obligation. Family ties, respect to hierarchy, and social responsibility are deeply valued, permeating in schools, workplaces, and national identity. This fosters social cohesion, but also conformist attitudes and practices. Framed this way, it seems that to challenge the norms deeply and historically entrenched in the consciousness of an entire society is an impossible thing. It seems like it is impossible to be a feminist in a 2,000-year-old Confucian society. Since the 2010s, however, feminist movements like #MeToo, Escape the Corset, and 4B have emerged and managed to gain support for advocating for gender equality and women empowerment. But they are generally met with resistance. On the one hand, many younger women and progressive groups embrace these feminist movements to challenge patriarchy, rigid beauty standards, and systematic harassment. But on the other, large segments of the population, particularly men and older generations, frame feminism as divisive, misandrist, and contrary to cultural expectations of harmony and conformity. There is also the claim that the feminist movement is a Western encroachment. Therefore, it does not belong to the collectivist culture of South Korea. Here is where I believe my research comes in. I argue that the feminist project is not a foreign notion for both Confucianism as a philosophy and for South Korea as a society. I put forward that there is a culture and literature of feminism in Korea dating back to the Joseon dynasty. There is Confucian feminism, despite it sounding paradoxical. I do not dare to discuss in detail the origins of Confucianism or historicize its development from 2,000 years ago. What I will speak on is how Confucian teachings regard women in society in general, and how it shapes the way of the way of life of Korean women specifically. Firstly, it must be noted that between 108 BC, when Confucianism first entered the Korean territory, and the golden age of Korean Confucianism during the Joseon years, Confucianism itself underwent a significant change, transformed by, particularly by reinterpretations of three male philosophers. And from this reinterpretations of Dongshu, Banpu, and Zushi, comes Neo-Confucianism. And this is the kind of Confucianism that Joseon Dynasty adopted. So the following are the teachings that perpetuated a sexist treatment of women while also providing justification for a male privileged society. Yan po yung these are the reinterpretations. Right? And next slide. So these reinterpretations were inspired by the 5 cardinal relationships in Confucianism. Of the 5 relationships, only the relationship between husband and wife mentioned women, which relegates women to an inferior and submissive role, reinforcing a male privileging form of life. Neo-Confucian reinterpretations justify this through the principles of yin and yang, giving sexist treatment ontological grounding. 3 obediences and 4 womanly virtues further outline a woman's expected behavior. She should be obedient to her father before marriage, to her husband after or while being married, and to her son in widowhood. Women's virtue is assessed by her obedience, delicate speech, modesty, and diligent work, further confining women to domestic and submissive roles. In any case, Confucianism places men above women in both public life as well as the private life of the family and the home. But it must be noted that these gendered prescriptions and principles came from male Confucian scholars. To elucidate the female experience authentically, one is to look to Confucian women themselves. How do Confucian women perceive their own identity? How do Confucian women understand their roles in society, in a Confucian society? Introducing the Confucian 4 books for women, a collection of writing from the Han, Tang, and Ming dynasties of China, written for educating young girls, taken to be the counterpart of the canon Confucian 4 books for the instruction of young boys. The Confucian 4 books for women are listed in the slide. So the Confucian 4 books for women were written by women authors who developed their own understanding of women's identity, appropriating Confucian value to formulate arguments empowering women in an extremely conservative society. Banzhao criticized the male preferential and male favoring status quo that bars women from accessing moral and scholarly education. Despite the relegation of women in the household, the Song sisters pointed out that household management and child rearing require virtuous decisions that abide by rituals. The Confucian ritual propriety does not end before the threshold of the home. So women too shall be educated in these affairs and not just men. Empress Ren Shaowen articulated the significance of women's work, not only in the well-being of the family, but also to the flourishing of a society and the stability of a nation. Women's education is imperative so that they can stand alongside men in establishing the household, family plans, and society at large. Madame Liu claimed that women are better than men, owing to women's wisdom, sensitivity to situations, and attention to detail. women can give strategic advice and precautions to their male counterparts in sudden emergencies. Thus, women's words should not be taken lightly. The Confucian Four Books for Women set precedent for Confucian feminism. But does the proto-feminism that started in China extend to other Confucian society? Perhaps to the Korean Peninsula, the Confucian Society of Korea. Is there a case to be made for Korean Confucian feminism? Here, two Korean women Confucian scholars come to mind, Im Yoon-jidang and Nam Jong-il-dang. Both women lived during the Joseon dynasty. Im Yoon-jidang was born to a gentry Yangban family and a sister to Confucian scholar Nong Im Son-ju, who taught her the Confucian classics. Since then, Yoon-jidang actively reflected on and reacted to Confucian teachings. The strongest idea of Im Yoon-jidang's philosophy is her critique of Confucianism's moral and intellectual alienation of women. The Confucian teachings had no specific mention of women, affecting the notion of sagehood as something exclusively male, or sagehood is only for men. Right? Her understanding of sagehood cannot be separated from her understanding of the universality of moral self-cultivation, which is the foundation of her advocacy for women's education. Through the universality of human nature, Im Yoon-jidang believes that women are the same as the sages, and that sagehood can be realized regardless of one's sex, since everyone, women included, is endowed with perfectly good human nature and equipped with the same moral potential to become a sage. Or what does it mean to be a sage? To be morally excellent, morally and intellectually excellent. Another woman thinker from the Joseon dynasty is Kang Jong-il-dang, who was inspired by the ideas of Im Yoon-jidang that she herself pursued moral and intellectual development, aspiring to be like the ancients. Although Jong-il-dang considers herself to be of the same intellectual lineage as Im Yoon-jidang, instead of following the latter's style of directly engaging with the Confucian classics through written discourse and expositions, Jong-il-dang took a practical perspective, which can be read in personal letters exchanged between herself and her husband, Confucian scholar Tanjie Yun-guangnan. Jong-il-dang often gives her husband practical moral advice. And the following are quoted examples from her extant works. So, why is it time and again you can be found sitting in a wine shop? Really steering her husband to a more virtuous path. No? The women philosophers previously talked about women's role as an inner helpmate to men. So women's education is also important in order for women to be their male counterparts' effective helpmates. In turn, giving women equal opportunity to pursue moral and intellectual development and eventually sagehood. However, these claims only saw a practical application in Jong-il-dang, in such that she studied the Confucian classics alongside her husband to aid him as an interlocutor, a helpmate, as he prepares for the civil service examination. Kang Jong-il-dang proved herself as a helpmate to her scholar husband, both of them advancing their learning on equal terms. This is evidenced by, on several occasions, her husband letting her write letters on his behalf, citing that he does not have the sophistication of composition as its wife, or as Jang. No? So, in sum, the feminist ideas of these two Korean women Confucian scholars, Kim Yun-jang and Jang Jong-il-dang, challenged the rigid gender roles and hierarchical values that permeated Joseon-era Korea's Confucian society. By advocating for women's intellectual and moral development, both Im Yoon-jidang and Kang Chong-il-dang questioned the legitimacy of the Confucian norms that they have long lived by. A critique of their way of life from within, from their own perspectives and experiences. However, the ideas of both Korean women Confucian philosophers were not exactly well received, with many of their conservative contemporaries seeing their works as destabilizing social harmony. With Confucianism being the dominant framework in Joseon-era Korea, came the worldview that emphasized the metaphysical distinction and separation of men and women. Furthermore, since Confucian societies were built on filial piety and patriarchal structures, both in the family and in general public affairs, promoting female autonomy and intellectual agency was viewed as a threat to the stability of the household, and by extension to the stability of the state. Additionally, given the writing style of Jong-il-dang specifically, which is in the form of poems and personal letters, critics have argued that her writing lacked scholarly rigor to be considered part of the Confucian discourse. Thus, this limits the reach of Jong-il-dang's extant writings. Thus, Im Yoon-jidang and Gang Jong-il-dang's call for an egalitarian treatment of the sexes were seen as misinterpretations or overextensions of Confucian principles, a deviation from the Confucian classics in fact. Ultimately, the term itself, Confucian feminism, is taken to be paradoxical, with Confucianism being structurally and fundamentally patriarchal. So to reconcile feminist ideals and motivations within the Confucian form of life is generally understood to be philosophically incoherent. Such claim is what I am working towards deconstructing in my forthcoming MA thesis. Once again, this is just a preliminary study, a review of related literature, if you will, and much work is still to be done. 여기까지 철학 정사 임경이었습니다. 감사합니다.
So thank you very much, Ms. Ingrid. Questions and comments will be, the floor will be open for questions and comments after the last presenter. We have 20 minutes for that. So each presenter now has 20 minutes to be their papers. Our next presenter will be Lawrence. And Lawrence will present on queering Joseon Dynasty through Mr. Clean 2020 and under the Tools umbrella 2022 using film technique technical elements.
안녕하세요, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting my paper with its final title, Korean Joseon Dynasty in Constructed Social Construction of Sexuality Using Film Technical Elements or Cues in K-drama series. Next slide po. So, is there queer in the history of Korea? Of course, the simple answer is yes. But in Queer Korea, a book edited by Bob A. Henry problematizes the queer history of Korea and says that it is often sidelined or left in limbo due to the country's hetero-authoritarian nature, and well, of course, because of the patriarchy and heteronormative family structures to keep social order and economic productive, all in pursuit of modernization. That's it. And with that, The question arises, how does the media represent or depict gender and sexuality? If you look into the media and cultural products such as series and films, it will be revealed that there has been an attempt of queer coding in the narratives. With this historical Korean drama series such as Love in the Moonlight and Empress Key, there has been an attempt. But most especially, these two series, like the Mr. Queen and Under the Queen's Umbrella, where one employs a soul swapping for Mr. Queen and the other one has a transgender character for Under the Queen's Umbrella. And both of these series are in the time of Joseon Dynasty too. Now, next slide. So with that, let's have an overview of what is Joseon Dynasty. According to the study of Jun Kil Kim of the history of Korea, Joseon Dynasty is often called a cultural renaissance period. New trends in philosophy and literature corresponds with the new developments in arts. We can also see these viewpoints all throughout the series as they navigate how they will cure the king in Under the Queen's Umbrella and also the aspect of food in Mr. Queen. Additionally, Joseon's development in terms of culture and the arts expanded the economy and industrial sectors. This progress allowed local private schools to become more accessible to children, with the public at large began to embrace a wider variety of leisure activities and entertainment, such as pansori, a genre of musical storytelling, and mass dances developed into representative genres of grassroots cultures, according to Korean Culture Center of New York. Next slide, please. Of course, the notion of gender in this time, as also explained in the presentation of Ma'am Ingrid, is ultra conservative. Or as Salimos put it, to maintain control over women, various moral and legal frameworks were established that enforce strict feminine ideals, such as being a wise mother and good wife, or Yun Mo Yang Cho, upholding the predominance of men over women, or Namjoon Yogi, and adhering to the tree obedience to the father, husband, and son, or Samjongjino. Also, Moon added that the sex and gender segregation law was issued as one of the means used by men in Joseon Dynasty to maintain their position of control over women. With this notion in mind, I asked, how can Korean historical series deconstructs the concept of gender and situate it within queer history? And also, I know it's bad to put Wikipedia sources here, but we can see here how many Korean historical series has been created. But yeah, let's take this one. So yeah, in order to arrive to the question in order to arrive to the answer to this question, I examined Mr. Queen Under the Queen's Umbrella. Here I argue that historical Korean drama series have power to give more space to better understand the concept of queer representation, especially under a conservative patriarchal society. So in this presentation, queer in history should be understood as disrupting the linearity of writing history in which excludes the very things that makes free life possible. This paper also connects to scholars of English literature and culture, Jonathan Goldberg and Madame Malon's notion of queer history, where queering requires quote-unquote historicism, a method that doesn't step outside of the history, but instead rejects the idea that standard historical methods are sufficient for telling queer stories. Furthermore, queering as much as queer in this context should be seen as a process that challenges the notions of sexuality and gender in a time and place that such is erased or suppressed. Okay. In addition to this framework, I will also use film scholar Jennifer Leo's cultural technical cues or elements in relation to the execution and to better understand how Mr. Queen and Under the Queen's umbrella queer history, particularly the Joseon Dynasty. So, cultural technical cues, as Plenary writes, really contributes to the viewer's understanding of narratives. These cues emerge from various elements such as props, acting, gestures, subtext and dialogue, scene locations, and costume designs, which are creatively assembled to convey layered and meanings. In this paper, again, I examined Mr. Quick and Under the Queen's Umbrella through three film technical cues. The first one is the mise-en-scène, or the overall or the setting of the stage. The second one is acting or the performance, which is part of the narrative. And cinematography, which is the usage of the camera in order to manipulate and deploy meanings through the moving images. Specifically, I use these three film technical cues to protagonist characters, which is Queen Charin, portrayed by Shin Ye-sun with the characteristic of a narcissistic womanizer siya, Jang Go-wan, acted by Choi Jin-yook, and Gyo-sung, portrayed by Yoo Yun-soo, a trans character in the time of Joseon Dynasty. Next slide, please. So I was gonna read all of that. There's this little summary I made of the two series. So Mr. Queen focuses on Jang Boa's journey in Joseon Dynasty as he swapped his soul to Queen Charin. While Under the Queen's umbrella focuses on Queen Warrior's motherhood and the lives of her son. Let's start with how the two series shows the deconstruction. Of course, in these two distinct scenes, we can see Queen Charin as inhabited by Jang Bongwan does not follow the expected attitude for a woman. With her obedience, she causes disruptions to the notion of Joseon's to what is being a woman. Especially how a queen should act. And in extent, they are branding her, Queen Charin, as crazy and needs help so that she can be back to her old self, like a conversion therapy. With these scenes, we can get a grasp on how the Joseon dynasty gives definition to sexuality, and it still adheres to the binary that maintains the social order. Next one, please. In the following scenes, we can see Queen Charin still as inhabited by Jang Bongwan, dressed up as a man. So, Jang Bongwan, in the body of Queen Charin, does this in order to bypass the security in the Soohee or the bar. Jang Bongwan's tendency as a man were being enacted by Queen Charin, which blurs the line of expected script for a woman. As he inhabits the body of Queen Charin, the question of intimacy through the same gender arises. So as we can see here, while Queen Charin was looking at the other woman at the bottom part, she went in a dream sequence, which is the upper part, where both of them were in an intimate situation. What this scene implies is how it is making, or rather giving space to the experience of desire, even if the irony reveals that it is the man in her that does this. Furthermore, it complicates the representation of being a woman in the time of Joseon. So on this one, on the upper side, we can see the mise-en-scène and the use of animation to portray the dress-up game as correcting Queen Charin's womanness, while on the downside, she is framed inside the mirror, which signals that she is trapped in another time and body. Okay, so next one, please. Go on also. So in sum, through the overall construction of the scenes, Queen Charin's performance, while inhabited by Jang Bongwan, disrupts the very notion of womanhood. A disruption further supported by the camera's fluid movement. This is emphasized with the production design, which heightens the impact of each scene. We see that through the disruption, the aversion or unfamiliarity of those in the Joseon era is exposed. They are confronted by a performance of being deviates from the traditional notions that they have grown accustomed to. So next. So on other than this umbrella's part, as I mentioned earlier, I will only focus on how Gyeosung is unfolding as a trans character. And this point, I will address Gyeosung as she and her, as that is what Gyeosung asserts in the series. Next one. No, sorry. In this particular scene, we can see her brother cornering her. He is teasing her if she is hiding any other men because she has been awake and not saying her brothers. What I wanted to point out in this scene is how she is framed. The camera is on her back while this is happening. And when the time comes that the camera goes in front, her brother sides her at his back, distracting the camera to capture her fully. Next one, please. We can see the scene pattern in succeeding episodes, particularly in this scene. She is shot in a cracked mirror instead of showing her waist to head. This is after her mother orders for her secret room to be burned because her mother discovers the truth about her sexuality. She is standing there and seeing the remnants. What this shot implies is her detachment, not only in the place but also in her self-identity. She is broken as much as the system that hinders her to show who she is. In this scene, we can see her shot sideways, showing only a little of her, showing her femininity. What we can get in this mise en scène is how it sets the tone for her being, especially living under the patriarchal society. It is somber, and all the lively colors turn green. She will eventually wear the pink clothes on her right, which we can see in the next slide. So what is prominent in these scenes is how she is positioned, framed within a frame. And the Miss Ansan signals that something has changed in her life as her mother gifted her a painting of her unsuppressed self. The frames become more lively and the lighting blends in the saturation of blue and pink, which is a deliberate act of presenting the transplant colors. With Joson's existence, of course, in the time of Joson, she not only disrupt the notion of sexuality, but also asserts her transness by unafraid attitude despite the gender it entails, and as her mother reminds her. In conclusion, through the overall construction of the scenes, Queen Charlotte's performance disrupt the very notion of womanhood. Further, of course, again, emphasized by the fluidity of camera, and also, meanwhile, in Under the Prince Umbrella, the camera serves as a medium to emphasize Yossong's identity as a transgender. She is frequently framed from behind the people she encountered. She is also often captured through mirrors, which highlights his feelings of being trapped in a body where she is uncomfortable. Furthermore, the use of frame within a frame sustained by the production design ensures that the overall image or scene carries meaning deeply connected to Gyeosong and her personhood. And of course, ultimately, these two historical Korean drama series provide not only a destruction of history, but a shattering of establishing the needs and notions of gender, and situate queer in history through representations. They also serve as a medium for, as Sky Lauren asserts, genre conventions of historical fusion and fantasy combines elements of imagination and otherness that can engage in discussion on gender and represent gender in an alternative, more open way. Yun lang po. Thank you so much, Councilor.
All right, so thank you very much. For our final paper this afternoon, we will call on Maria Eugenia Aban, MA student of the university.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you're all doing well, and thank you for staying until this time. So I am Maria Eugenia Aban. You may also address me as Jean, G-E-N-E, if the name is too long. And I am from the Department of English and Comparative Literature here at UP Diliman, and I'm taking my master's in Comparative Literature with a concentration in Asian literature. So today I'm going to be presenting my study on three shija, which are Korean poems by Hwang Soohee. And my paper is titled As the Green Water Leaves the Blue Mountain, Parting and Impermanence in Selected Shija of Hwang Soohee. And this is drawn from a study that I made in one of our Asian literature classes, where we were encouraged to explore East Asian literatures and how to read them more critically and in their cultural context. So I understand that classical Korean literature is almost rarely discussed in public spaces like this. So I will make that attempt and share my close reading with you. Next, please. So the objectives of the study are as follows. First, to explore Shija through Hwang Soohee's works. And in the study, I specifically look into how parting and impermanence are articulated through the imagery of water and mountains in her poetry. And second, to highlight the framework used in this classical literary genre to draw attention to a culture-specific way of analyzing text. And this is also an attempt to bring out or to bring to light the four-part Kisensamgyal structure. And this structure is a familiar pattern in East Asian literature. So here I demonstrate a way for us to examine text from this region from a framework that is outside the more conventional Western frameworks that we usually use in literature and the humanities in general as well. So in relation to that, finally, the third objective of the study is to help deepen our understanding and appreciation of classical Korean literature. Okay, so before we go to the poems, I'd like to talk about Hwangsini as well as Shija as a literary form. So Hwangsini is a Hiseng in 16th century Korea, in Kaesong, in the reign of King Junjong in the Yi Dynasty during the Joseon period. Details about her birth and death are unclear, but one source was her birth and death as 1506 to 1544, but other sources are unclear about her death. Some say it was much later, some say it was earlier. So I didn't really put a very fixed range for that. She was also an illegitimate daughter of a nobleman and his concubine, and 6 of her shijō are known to have survived to date. Next please. So Hwangsini was so well known for her intelligence and beauty that she ended up being called one of the 3 wonders of Songdo or Kaesong, as the old name of Kaesong. And the other 2 being the Baekhyun Falls and Seogyeondeok, who, according to stories, also happened to be her mentor. And she also used the name Youngwol or Bright Moon, which she has in at least one instance used as a self-insert in one of her works. So she became a Hiseng at 15 years old. So Hiseng were courtesans or female entertainers who had the status of being able to mingle with nobles despite having a lower position in society. And when I discuss this with other people, they usually say, oh, it's not the Korean counterpart of Asia. So if that makes it easier for other people to understand it, yes. So they were highly skilled performers who were expected to have mastery of the arts and literature. And as part of that, they also produced shijō as a form. It's not only written, but it's also sung and recited, not recited. Yeah, sung. So according to a legend about her, a young man fell in love with her, but he died because of his unrequited love. And this death was seen as ominous and made it challenging for her family to arrange a marriage for her. And subsequently, she became a Hiseng after that. But then she managed to master the arts, drew in many admirers, and produced a significant poetry, which we will be talking about today. Next page, please. So her life was dramatized in a K-drama in 2006, Hwangsini starring Hasiwon, and a movie also came out the next year, starring Song Hae-pil. Next page, please. And upon her death, she requested, in my whole life, I did not keep this body virtuously. Therefore, when I am dead, do not bury me. Leave me as I am just outside the old East Gate, that I may be a lesson and a warning to all women who pass them. So she wanted to die in a very non-climactic way, or like she didn't want to be remembered as a great woman, but rather some sort of a warning for other women. But of course, her wish didn't happen because her family did not allow that to happen. So instead, though, she was buried in the fields near the old gate. And as opposed to what she thought her legacy would be, her grave was actually visited by poets in honor of her greatness. And this was actually, Kaesong is actually in North Korea. So it might be difficult for people to visit that freely and easily. So next page, please. Okay, so now what is a shida? So this is a type of classical Korean poetry. And according to a scholar, the first documented use of this term was in the 1700s. But as shija as it is known today, is attributed to Choi Nan-sun, which is a prominent figure in modern Korean literature and history, who used the term in 1920s. Next page. Okay. So the shija is a literary text, but in its song form, it is also known as the shija-cha, making it a type of poetry that is meant to be sung and heard. And if you have time or interested in examples of that, there are actually several recordings in YouTube, so that you also get to hear how that would sound like. And earlier in history, the shija was almost exclusive to the young one or the noble class. But then the implementation of Hangul, according to sources, Kevin O'Rourke, it allowed the literary form to trickle down to other classes, including the Giseng. And going back to the 1920s revival of the term, the shija was viewed as a way to promote national consciousness as a response to Japanese oppression of the time. And one scholar actually described it as the most traditional of Korean literary forms, and another claimed it as having the breath of the Joseon people and the soul of the Joseon people. So the shija was ultimately treated as written text through the 1920s because of the emergence of printing technologies, which took over shija as a performance. And this transformation also led to the evolution of formalized literary criticism for analyzing shija. Um, Essentially, shija are songs that are light, personal, and conversational, but it also reflects the poet's personal experiences, not only in terms of their emotions, but also the world around them. So now let's look at the structure. Versus Chinese or Japanese verse, it has no rigid syllable count, but it does have 3 lines, and each line has 4 parts, with 3 to 5 syllables per part. So more or less, you have 44 to 46 syllables. And here are examples of the structure based on 2 sources. We're not going to delve into this, but in my research, I found differing patterns based on syllable counts. So criticism and literary theories on this are still ongoing. Next page. Okay, so as for the content of the shija, there are 3 lines and 4 parts. So usually line 1 introduces the theme and presents the situation. Line 2 develops the scenario. Line 3 has 2 parts. First is the turn or the twist, which introduces another concept or direction. And the second part of the third line is the resolution or conclusion. Next page, please. And this is actually part of the MA thesis that I am developing, the 4-part structure. So the 4 parts correspond to a structure known as the Giessen Good. And this term has counterparts in other East Asian cultures, such as in Japanese, you have the Kishan and Ketsu. So next page, please. And now we're going to talk about the 3 shija. So the English translations that I used were from Margaret Childs and Nancy Hope's anthology. And I chose these translations because this is where I first encountered them. And also, these are clear and somewhat contemporary translations, having been published in 2015. And they retain the 3 lines. Other versions, they turn it into 6. I wanted one that retained the 3 lines, so we can talk about it in that way. Next page, please. Okay. So my initial thesis for this close reading is as follows. In each poem, the constant flow of water, set in contrast to unyielding mountains, embodies the impermanence of love, being a catalyst for the separation between the speaker and the beloved. Speak, please. We still have time. I wanted to read this to you, so I know. So the first poem is "The Blue Mountain is My Longing." The blue mountain is my longing, green water, my lover's affection. The green water flows away, but the blue mountain is changeless. The green water cannot forget the blue mountain, it weeps as it goes. Let's not read the Korean. Next page, please. So I highlighted this based on the structure that I was talking about earlier. So in this shido, the mountain and the water are set in direct contrast to each other, which produces tension between permanence and impermanence. So the first line introduces the mountain, representing the speaker's longing. And then the water is the beloved's affection. So this creates reciprocity between the two. And then the second line identifies the difference. The water is fluid, but the mountains are immovable. The movement of water causes distance between it and the mountain. So this reflects the fleetingness of the beloved's affection, water, as it leaves the speaker yearning, mountain. And then in the third line, the turn, while the water flows, it holds on to the speaker's longing by keeping the mountain in its memory. So the green water cannot forget the blue mountain. So it shows that the beloved is not fully able to stop his affections. And then the second part of the line expresses that the beloved is also affected by the separation, and it responds to the speaker's state at the beginning. So there is actually mutual loss here. Next page, please. Second poem, Blue Stream. Also, the titles, they're not really titles, I just used the first lines or the first words of that so that we have structure also. So Blue Stream and Green Valley, don't boast how fast you can go. Once you arrive at the sea, it's not easy to return. Why not rest with me here while the bright moon fills the empty mountains? So this one depicts the inevitable movement of water away from the mountains, but the resolution offers a different ending. So the first line shows the stream flowing near the valley, which establishes meeting or a closeness. So the stream, it tells the stream to avoid boasting. And then the second line shows the destination of the stream. When it reaches the sea, the separation becomes permanent. And in the third line, the speaker directly invites the stream to stay. That's the turn. And the invitation is an attempt to resist the inevitability of separation. Next page. So mountains are eternal. Mountains are eternal, but water is not. How could water be permanent? It runs day and night. The great ones are like water, they leave and never come back. So first line, again, presents a contrast. The mountains are permanent, water is not. Second line, it shows the impermanence of water because it's, again, flowing continuously. And the third line compares water to great individuals who are also subject to the inevitability of separation. So if we draw from the two previous shijo, we can deepen this interpretation as the mountains reflect the steadfastness of the speaker, and water, being the great ones, can represent the speaker's object of affection. And in the resolution, though, it doesn't really evoke a clear lamentation or resistance. So here, the speaker is more accepting of the situation. Okay, to synthesize, each shijo explores the contrast between mountains and water. Water is the primary force of change in their dynamics. And as we've seen, the structure remains similar among the three. So the first line consistently presents the tension between the mountain and the water. The second line demonstrates the impending and inevitable departure of water. And then the effects of this departure are offered in the third line. For instance, in the third line of the first shijo, it shows mutual loss. In the second shijo, resistance, and in the third, acceptance. So this portion of the poem effectively uses the term to demonstrate three different reactions. But in all three, water always moves away. And then the resolutions show the responses to this parting, which show how longing and loss can be navigated or complicated. So the resolution is affected by the turn, because in the turn you have different things that happen. So the resolutions are also different. Next page, please. To end, so taking a piece of the pie known as the Hallyu wave, if you will, and with the emergence of K-pop, K-dramas, other K content, we're also seeing a rise in publications of K-lit, especially those translated into English, thanks to the efforts of several organizations, for instance, the Literature Translation Institute of Korea, various publishing houses, and in the Philippines, you have publishing houses such as APOP Books and our very own Korean Research Center. And along with new literary works, it is of great value to explore older literary productions in Korea to draw parallels, if not to determine their influences to the processes that characterize Korean storytelling today. And the mixed forces that continue to undermine the study of the humanities, arts, literature, and everything under it, there is much work to be done to keep ourselves afloat, yet we persist. So the research is an attempt to contribute to the study of Asian literature, not only to go beyond Western frameworks, but also to interact with them by bringing to light some of the old, but still rather relevant ways to read and appreciate literature. And it is through continued scholarship that we resist fading into obscurity and demonstrate there is much to be explored and reintroduced to the world, and understanding the past in a multitude of ways and help us navigate our present and our future. Thank you very much.
I request the other presenters to come on stage and be Thank you for actually very. Thank you very much for three very engaging presentations. Okay, so would anyone we have 20 minutes for questions. Is there anyone from the floor who would like to inquire about any of the presentations? Oh, okay, there are questions. So over in the middle, can you please use the mic on the side? Yeah. And then the next one after, pila na kayo dun para. Great. Please indicate your name and affiliation.
Hello, I'm Sarah Cesare Bundok from College of Media and Communication. For the study on Korean Joseon Dynasty, I just comment muna and then question. Siguro una, I appreciate for your paggamit ng local theoretical foundation because Mom Shirley is a film scholar in FIA. So my question would come from the idea that these technical cues also have the tendency to minimize or downplay the queerness that is, being included in the script or wanted to be shown in the camera. How would you critique that tendency to, like, as much as it's there to empower, how would you critique the tendency to be neutral or to downplay the display of queerness in those two shows that you've presented?
For answering, I'll ask him to ask his question again so that tuloy-tuloy lang you answer it, then the next question should be answered. Okay.
Thank you both. I'm Kurt Tubera from the Department of Philosophy, UP Diliman.
My question is for Ms. Ingrid po. So I'll first try to offer my understanding of the research paper. And please correct me if I'm wrong, these are unfamiliar territory for me. So from my understanding, what you did was you offered a genealogy of a perhaps the South Korean feminist thought that is a refusal to or a radical refusal to the Confucian equality view. And you're using Jong and I think Yong Jiben, right? So their views are different from Confucian equality, or they're refusing certain points, if I'm not mistaken. And you mentioned that their views are not taken to be something that is coherent with Confucius views, right? Am I correct, Bob? So okay, so my question is, if their views are not taken to be coherent, is it still is it still necessary for us to be or to brand their views as confusion? If it is, then how can we think of their views as siguro coherent with the confusion view? I think this also might be a spoiler for your thesis already. So that's my question. Thank you.
Sige, unahin natin ang sagot ni Mix Lawrence and then Mix Ingrid.
Okay, I'll answer in Filipino first and then I'll translate it in English. So, kasi yung camera, ayun, kagaya ng sabi ko, dinidictate niya kung ano yung gusto natin makita sa screen, hindi katulad ng theater na live siyang nangyayari. So, yung pag-deploy nun, nagagaling na lang siya doon sa semiotica na nakapaloob sa mismong merong yung palabas. Like, kunwari sa Mr. Queen, no one has ever read it as a queer text. Tapos, parang kasi doon, everything is operating under codes. So, everything is queer coding, especially doon sa pag-acto o yung in relation to Judith Butler's genderist performance. So, with that, yung tendency ng camera ay nasa mismong cameraman din kung paano niya at in relation sa director, kung paano nila tinatahi o kung paano nila ipapakita yung mismong eksena at kung paano nila sasabihin na itong eksena na to, pwede siyang mabasa na queer siya. Kasi yung mga director naman at yung mga cameraman, hindi naman nila iniisip na pag bubuuin na nila yung eksena, sasabihin nila na queer scene to. Pero tayo lang mga scholars, tayo mga viewers, yung nagde-deploy ng ganoong pagpapakahulugan sa mga eksena na yun. And with that, parang, yes, in a way, tama na nakakalimit siya kasi yung ibang tao naman pwede naman nilang sabihin na, gawa mo lang yung pagpapakahulugan na yun. Kasi nag-ooperate siya under codes. Pero at the same time, kung susulit naman natin siyang mas malalim pa, makikita naman talaga natin na deliberate yung pagposisyon ng camera kung ano yung ipapakita niyang bagay at deliberate din kung ano yung magiging kabuuan o eksena. Like, yung eksena doon sa, siguro hindi ko napakita dito, pero yung eksena sa ending ng Mr. Queen, kung saan si Jang ay nakabalik na doon sa totoong katawan niya at nagising na siya mula sa coma. Deliberate yung eksena na yun kasi as in, hinanap niya talaga yung mismong textbook na naglalaman ng Johnson period na kung saan siya napunta. Tapos doon, imbes na i-frame siya as detached to the audience, as in nalayo yung camera, naka-frame siya as close up to Jang Bongwan. And we can see him crying while looking doon sa prince or sa king na nasa Johnson period. So ayun, yun, as I said earlier, the camera dictates yung what we can see in the screen and also it operates under the queer coding or it operates under the semiotics of what can the audience be interpret to every scenes, but also it can yes, it can denounce the queerness, but also it can help the audience read it more critical because the deliberate positioning of the camera and deliberate showing of what is the object, what is the expression, actually helps the audience interpret it as queer, you know.
So to the question from Kurt, hi Kurt, and Sir Davin, hello. My colleagues from the department. So to answer your question, these two Korean women Confucian philosophers are still Confucian because the claim or the criticism that their ideas and uh advocacy for women empowerment is incoherent. No? That criticism comes from the male literati who and the general Confucian tradition of repeating from one's master. So Confucianism thrives and owes its longevity through to repetition. So you have Confucius, you have Mencius, right? You can't really find a distinct like where did Confucius end, when did Mencius started, ganyan. So again, that's the culture that the scope that was the scholarly culture of Confucianism. Repeat and repeat and repeat, because these masters are already morally and intellectually excellent. So in relation to the Korean women philosophers and also to the Confucian four books for women, they were not considered part of the canon because they were against this tradition of repetition and following one's master or teacher. So and also to the latter part of the question, are they still like considered part of the Confucian? I would say that I can make a case that they are more Confucian than the Neo-Confucianism of Jushi, the reinterpretations, because this women philosophers, again, from the Confucian four books to the Korean adaptation of the two Korean women Confucian philosophers, they did not look at the reinterpretations, but rather they look at the whatever it is that remained from the Book of Rites, the Book of Songs, the actual Confucian four books. So they are not they did not use the reinterpretations, but rather challenge the reinterpretations using the same sources that Confucius used, the Book of Rites, Book of Songs, Book of Changes even. So I would say that they are more Confucian than Neo-Confucianism. So ako pala yung may tanong. So for my fellow presenters, so for the second presenter, so analyzing the querying of Korean history through Western theories and principles is valuable for an interdisciplinary and intercultural treatment and appreciation. What I would like to suggest, or hindi pala ito tanong, suggestion pala ito, sorry. I would like to suggest to look at this query through a more organic lens. Organic in the sense na organic to Korean culture, particularly through the lens of Buddhism. Okay? Because Buddhism is one of the many philosophies that also influence Korean way of life. So a main precept of Buddhism is the impermanence of the self. There's no fixed identity. So with this precept, maybe you can incorporate your study on queer theory and transgenderism. There is no fixed self, there's no fixed sexuality, there's no fixed gender identity. So there is organically queer notions there. Right, so that's my suggestion. And then to our the third presenter. So you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that your treatment of the Shijo, the three poems were are what do you call this, culturally like situated. Now so in relation to that and reading the poems from your slides, the poems talked about changes, impermanence, what else? Separation. I would like to ask, when was Wang Xingyi Buddhist?
Actually, I have no information about it, but as you mentioned earlier, you want impermanence, parting, it is very Buddhist in the thought, no, but I'm not sure because there are a lot of anecdotes about Huangzi here and there, but I haven't encountered her own her self belief, her beliefs. And thank you for bringing that up. So I think I want to really search for that. But I think it is in a way influenced by her experience as a saying, being with like entertaining a lot of men. Like her situation as a saying, like it's part of her profession to meet and say goodbye to different men. Because it is the nature of her job. So I think also maybe on a wider interesting to look into like the life of what he's saying and how that influences their psyche as well.
Because if so, if there were like if she was Buddhist or there were Buddhist influences to her, way of life, that make a lot of sense and it will lend a more depth to what you mentioned earlier about her referring to herself as an unvirtuous person at the end of her life. Because maybe that is not because that's not a self-deprecating. That's not a self that okay. To give context first for my reaction. I'm a feminist first before I am a Koreanist. Okay, so I would like to challenge that. It's not because of her being a Tizen that he called her, she called herself unvirtuous, but maybe because if there were Buddhist influence on her life, that made her that longing, that wanting any semblance of permanence of a love staying, that made her unvirtuous, not her being a Tizen. So again, I'm a feminist first before I'm a Koreanist.
I understand. Also, I wanted to add, because I didn't include that anymore, but there are stories of her life wherein, like, as a young woman, like, in her teens, basically, there are a lot of stories about her. Like, it's very male gazing if you read the stories. Because it's always like, oh, she was so beautiful that she attracted a lot of men, and that made her, viewed as someone that is someone that would tempt men. So it is a very unfortunate way of depicting Huang Xi. Despite a lot of anecdotes about her, you see a lot of stories that are very male gazing. So thank you for bringing that up again. So yeah, I understand what you meant about her, like not actually, maybe it's not a result of her being unvirtuous because of her profession, but maybe of her belief. I also would like to look into that. But yeah, I think those are all different aspects that would apply to her. And also during like in her death, if you notice the quote from her, like she just wanted to have a very plain death or like plain burial. So it was kind of like a culmination of how she No, I'm not gonna analyze her, in post what yung thoughts niya, but it felt like this was how she perceived herself, based on only on that quote, but then of course, there are a lot of aspects that we can also look into.
Okay, so quickly synthesizing before I call for a last question, and actually before I call Kurt for that last question, Jean, might to cap our talk today, can you please read one of those poems in Korean? Are you capable? Are you ready to do that? Because I think I'm talking as a music student because it's also very important to also hear the text, no? Sige. I think the recent comments were all about situating the material you're discussing in culture, no? And then one of those has to do with religion. So sige. Kurt,
Hello po. I have a question for Miss Jean. Jean po, right? My question is, I'm very curious about the methodology, the close reading way of studying the poems. One thing that I find interesting is when you translated the Korean poems to English, the structure somehow changes. So in some ways, the introduction would go first, then the development, then turn, and the conclusion. That's the usual way how it goes. I noticed that hindi ko lang kung it's my eyes that change the colors, but I think there are instances where I think maybe the conclusion went first before the turn. I wonder, in those cases, is there something lost in translation, or will the analysis stay intact?
Oh, but first, sorry, to address the question about that, or the request about that, I couldn't fit it in my presentation. I actually really wanted to include a video on YouTube where they performed Blue Stream. So if you're familiar with poetry, we have certain things called the caesura, wherein you have the pauses in the poetry. But this one is different. So a lot of the sources say this is not the caesura, but there is a technique in singing this song wherein some of the syllables, as you can see, some of them are separated. It's not there, sorry. But somewhere in the middle of certain lines, instead of pausing, they have a longer note for it. So if you recite this in, for instance, 2 minutes, when you sing it, it becomes 5 to 6 minutes because instead of pausing, yes, they elongate the syllable. And the style is similar to the pansori, if you're familiar with that. That's how it sounds like when they sing it. And as for the translation, yes, there are because of the negotiations that go through translating texts, especially poetry, it becomes difficult for certain language pairs to be translated more faithfully. So these are very distant languages in linguistics also, right? So what happens is it's always up to the translator's discretion whether to be as faithful as possible or to make it as poetic as they can. So again, earlier I mentioned that I chose these translations because I wanted to show you the three-line structure as opposed to other versions that presented in 6 lines. So the 6 line structure actually is an attempt to make it more palatable to English speakers. I didn't want that. So also other translations are closer to the sorry, I'm not very good in Korean. I'm level 2 in topic 1. But if you look into it, of course, it's high language. So even the translation that I used here, it's not so parallel to the high language that this type of Korean is using. And also to note also, because I couldn't include it anymore, originally when they wrote this, the Shijong before, they also have a mix of Chinese characters mixed with Korean characters because it was the older form. But for the sake of ease for everyone, I chose the translation by Tim Taekyo. I think it was in 1980. It was a 1986 anthology. So that for visual. So yes, the translations Yeah, they get lost in translation, and even in literature, this is one of the things that we sometimes just have to not really accept, but something that we always have to take into consideration when we talk about nuances of the words.
Yeah, and on that note, pati yung, di ba, you were talking about elongating syllables. So even that actually conveys meaning pala. So is this available kaya on YouTube? This one?
Yes, specifically Blue Stream, it's widely performed.
Very
So,
good.
yeah.
So kung gusto natin tingnan. So I think we've come to the end of our session. Just a quick wrap up. I think some of the comments really had to do with situating more of the material in context, in culture, but also to consider gender in the process of making our assessments. So congratulations po sa inyo tatlo. Let's give them a hand. And we think let's do it again.
Finally, wrapping up today's session. Let's issue our certificates of participation to Ingrid Lane Jesus for being a key presenter of the 11th Philippine Studies Symposium given today, 8th of May 2026 at the Pilar Herrera Lecture Hall, University of the Philippines, Quezon City. Next certificate is issued to Lawrence Pusan. Our final presenter for today, Maria Eugenia Allen. And of course, last but not least, our last moderator for today, Nicola Vito. Congratulations. And we officially wrap up today's program. Yay! For tomorrow's, for the second day tomorrow, can you be here by 9 a.m. sharp? Thank you so much. That's the queen. We don't say hello.